Morena. Welcome to the Transport and Infrastructure Committee. I'm Chris Fletcher and I'm standing in for John Watson, who is unable to be with us here today. On the first agenda item, we note the absences. So we have Councillor John Watson as an absence. Lateness, we'll have Councillor Angela Dalton. Early departure will be Councillor Fully and Member Renata. I have received no other notices on apologies, so I'm going to move those. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Member. I'll put it. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary say no. That is carried. So today we have attending by electronic link Councillor Fully, Councillor Williamson, IMSB Member Renata, Councillor Stewart, Councillor Filipina, Councillor Newman, Councillor Sayers, Councillor Walker, Councillor Bartley and Councillor Leone. So we thank goodness for technology that enables us all to participate. Are there any declarations of interest today? There are none. I'm sorry.
This one should be noted on the papers.
Is that one that is a continuing one or one specific to this meeting? Thank you very much, Member Brown. I will have that recorded. We have the minutes of the meeting of the 16th of November to put. I'm happy to move. Do I have a seconder for those minutes? Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any discussion? I'll put it. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary say no. That is carried. Under public forum, we have received 7 public input requests. Unfortunately, we've declined Gail Baldock because her request came outside the required times, but she has required or requested that her material be circulated amongst members of this committee, and LATA has undertaken to do so. So the first of the public input are the New Zealand Police. So I would like to invite Superintendent Scott Gemmell to come and address us, please. Welcome.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you. It's actually Inspector Scott Webb. Looks like I've had a promotion to Superintendent. Superintendent Gemmell's just home sick. I'm not sure if he's dialing in or not.
Well, thank you, Inspector Scott Webb, whom I have known for some time, and it's very good to see you here today.
Thank you.
And I'm sure you'll represent the police well.
Thank you. I kind of feel like I've walked into the High Court and about to give evidence. And I do know a few faces from my times. My times in Rodney and West Auckland, North Shore and Auckland City, so it's good to see some familiar faces here. Look, I just stand here in support of our other partner agencies in relation to road policing and road safety, and I know that in some of the submissions that you've received is that the police is around police deployment and the ability for us to deploy and carry out the enforcement. New Zealand Police are just one arm of the road safety, and we don't set the speed limits, as you're all aware. Our part is to enforce them and to reassure the community and the public, and we do that by way of general deterrence. It's kind of a newer way of policing, and we've done this over the last 18 months and seen a gradual increase in enforcement in terms of enforcement in Tamaki Makaurau and also at a national level. One is the dosage, so it's the intensity of the enforcement. I mean, that's what we're here for and what we're paid to do. Is to enforce road safety. Another part is the unpredictability. So it's the randomness of the enforcement, because the message is that you could be stopped anywhere at any time and we could pop up anywhere, sometimes to people's annoyance, but it's around the reinsurance and the network coverage. So the coverage is out in some of the areas where police traditionally might not be seen unless they're specifically called there. So we kind of work on that general deterrence. Our focus remains and will always be what we call RIDS. R is for restraints, I is for impairment, whether it's alcohol or drugs, and D is the distractions such as cell phones, and S is speed. So the speed is a significant part of what we do. And as I said before, we are here as one part of a team. We can't do it without the support of the council. We can't do it without the support of our community. We can't do it without the support of Auckland Transport, Waka Kotahi, and all the other groups that represent. It's one big collective effort in terms of road safety. So nationally, 302 people have died on the roads this year. And for Tamaki Makaurau, it was 48 at the start of this week. One is one death too many, so we are really committed in terms of enforcement and working hard across Tamaki Makaurau and the teams that we have for the people of Tamaki Makaurau.
Thank you for that. I'll open it up for questions from members. Deputy Mayor?
If you had to, thank you very much, by the way. If you had to say, from the 48 people who've lost their lives on the roads in Auckland this year, what was the biggest reason for that? What would you say?
Speed.
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 Do you mean? No, hold on. He's talking drugs. You're talking momentum, right?
Yes, yeah. Although
Sure.
his worship is correct for some of them, definitely drugs. But mostly speed and those RIDS categories, restraints, speed, distractions, but speed does play a significant part of death and serious injuries.
And if I was to drill down on the speed, would it be on suburban roads or on our main motorways?
It's mostly the rural roads and roads without medium barriers and speed limits above 80 k's. That's where most of it is, but having said that, there is also death and serious injury on the main arterial routes leading in and out of Tamaki Makaurau, as well as some of the stuff within the urban areas. But most of it is in the rural, wide open roads.
Thank you. Councillor Ferry?
Thank you. We obviously have today giving some feedback on katoa ka ora around speed, and so your presentation is very timely. If there was sort of one message you wanted us to take away to consider for our feedback for that, what would that be?
Reduced speeds will mean reduced death and serious injuries on our roads. And it is kind of a mindset thing with a lot of us, and particularly with road safety and driving, we all make mistakes, and sometimes those small mistakes can cost a life or, serious injury. But slow down and speed. Speed is just horrendous. I look after the motorway network, and the speeds that we see on that motorway network is horrendous. And unrestrained children in vehicles travelling at high speed, it's just it's a recipe for death. And for those of us that have to attend these, it's never easy going to tell someone that their loved one's died, or attending the crash is just horrendous, life-changing circumstances, even with the serious injuries, people losing limbs, people that had jobs that can no longer work because of head injuries, and it's just horrendous in the carnage.
Thank you. Councillor Hills?
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. And thank you so much for presenting to us. And I know that you can mostly talk about what you do rather than policy, but I guess when you talk about what you do and how we can help, a lot of the feedback we get is that we need more police to deal with the speeding. But would you say some of the physical things we've been putting in, such as raised speed bumps or changing the speeds or doing those sorts of interventions, support your work when you can't be there? And have you seen a change around schools that have had interventions put in? Because we get a lot of requests from schools for raised crossings and things, and we obviously don't have enough budget to do them everywhere.
Look, absolutely, 100%. It's the vehicle, you have a vehicle, and the vehicle's one part, the safety of the vehicle. You have the driver, and the driver's one part. The infrastructure, the speed limits, the roads, and I could probably use Takapuna as an example, the work that they've done there. There is no speed through that main part of Takapuna. It used to be a racetrack and crossings and people really getting run over. But in those almost kind of shared zones where the design makes people slow down by virtue of its design, it definitely has an impact. And yes, like every agency, we could do with more staff, medical, education, everybody could, but the reality is we have what we've got, and we do what we can with what we've got, but we need those other things to help. The safe system, you often heard talked about with Waka Kotahi or Auckland Transport, so yeah, 100%.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. So it's good to hear you support the interventions in Hurstmere and Takapuna there. They have been well supported. The other question, you do talk about rural roads, but the stats say in Auckland especially that we are seeing a significant rise in those being killed or hurt outside the vehicle, so pedestrians and cyclists. Do you have any sort of, data on that, on the rise of that, what you're seeing in those cases?
I don't have it here, but we do have that data, and a lot of those can relate. We saw an increase with people, hopping off or moving in front of buses in the CBD, and a lot of it can be contributed to the actual design, where it is unsafe for people to, they'll walk out in quite a road that isn't able to be slowed down, people still driving fast. So if you have the infrastructure done, the safe systems will stop a lot of that in the urban part. I mean, the open roads, I think everybody would accept that, the speeds on the open roads, but within the CBD or the urban part, that's where the design stuff is so important for us.
Thank you for that. I've got, the next question is Councillor Turner and then Councillor Lee.
Thank you. You talk about carnage and things, which makes it sound like it's a huge percentage of our driving public. My daughter and my son-in-law are both ambulance paramedics and have been for over a decade, so each. So I understand what you're saying, but on a percentage basis, compared to all drivers, what is the percentage you're talking about here? That, we're having an effect that we're going to slow everybody down to achieve what percentage of gain?
In terms of?
Well, you said the speeds you saw on the motorway are huge. The speeds I see on the motorway are screeds and screeds of cars all travelling at the limit. So, you then said that it's carnage, and in my head I can see the carnage of the incident, but what I'm trying to drill down on is what's the percentage of gain? We're in cars which have got ABS, airbags. Some have now got, the odd ones got external airbags. They've got radar, braking, lane, all those huge advancements in safety. Surely that measures into just saying everyone should slow down.
It does, but not everyone has that level of safety in the cars or that technology. And an example I can give is a van, a Mazda van travelling at 145 k's on the motorway, 3 in the morning, with 5 unrestrained kiddies in the back. It's that sort of thing, that sort of message. You're right, it's hard to speed on a motorway. We all live in Auckland because it kind of regulates itself because of the traffic speeds, but that's within certain times. But outside those times, there were still high speeds, even on a safe network like a motorway.
So being the devil's advocate, Slowing everyone down isn't going to fix that man's problem, is it?
On the motorway?
The man at 3 o'clock in a van with kids unrestrained going at 145 kilometres an hour is slowing all the speed limits for everybody down, going to affect that particular incident.
Well, there'll always be that person and that outlier. And on a motorway, it's quite different to a rural open road at the same time, or at 6 o'clock tonight when someone is travelling, at a high speed through Matakana or up towards Wellsford, or in the Franklin area, Alfriston. The slowing the speeds down will address that problem. There's always an outlier, particularly on a motorway, but those other roads are so unforgiving, very unforgiving. One mistake and you could be dead because the road's so unforgiving. So we have to add all the pieces together, and speed is part of it. The infrastructure, the car, the driver, the speed.
Okay, so last question. Going back to a percentage, of those outlying people who are not behaving in the way we expect as the norm, what percentage do they make of the statistics compared to all the people who are acting?
I couldn't give you the exact one. I can get that for you.
No, that's all right. I was just trying to make a point. So thank you.
Thank you. Now, members, I'm mindful of the time that we have for public forum, and we're really lucky to have Inspector Scott Webb here today giving us, I don't want to get into debate with him, and I would really encourage you to just ask one question. So the next question I have is Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming along. We appreciate it, I can tell you. Before I ask the question, I just want to recount an incident that happened a couple of weeks ago. I came from a rather terse meeting in the city about safety in the city, the usual concerns, and I went back home to Waiheke Island,
Paradise.
the green and pleasant island, and as I was about to pull into my drive, I was flagged down by a woman jogger, and she told me there's a man lying in the long grass bleeding heavily opposite my house. And I thought, even here. So the outcome was I called the police. I was extremely impressed at the speed at which they turned up, and then the ambulance, and it was obviously apparently a drunken fight, and the guy was bleeding heavily and semi-conscious, but I think that he was semi-conscious because he's heavily drunk. But it's just a lesson that safety can be a concern anywhere, but can I come back to the inner city? And you talked about people getting off buses. They have a real concern with not being hit by a car so much, by being attacked by a criminal. And I make the plea again for the police to please elevate their presence in the inner city. People are really calling out for that, and perhaps with the change of government, we may see an improvement there, but it's a genuine concern from city centre residents, from city business folk. They want to see the police back in the inner city. So thank you.
Thank you for that. I'm just going to let you know that our Executive Officer is recording the additional request for information that has been required, and that will be reported back after due consultation with the police at the February meeting of this committee. So I'm going to cut off the questions. We have Councillor Filipaina and Councillor Henderson, and then if there are further questions, if you could submit them to our Executive Officer, please.
Morning, Chair. Morning, my mate. Sorry I can't be there to see you in person, but good to see you.
Malawi.
Hi. Look, I just want one question in regards to the raised pedestrian crossings, especially around schools. And my question is, 15 kilometres, 10 to 15 kilometres, what impact on injuries for our kids will that make if it was reduced as a result of the raised platform on the pedestrian crossings. I spoke to a principal of the school just where I live, and from his perspective, that's how much it reduces the traffic speed. So is there any sort of information or knowledge that you have around the injuries that could be sustained by an extra 10 to 15 kilometres of a vehicle travelling?
Sure, it's a difference between life and death. So the 15 case could be death of a young child or a significantly bad injury. That's all it takes, particularly around schools and crossings. Absolutely, that's literally a difference between life and death.
Kia ora. Again, good to see you.
Last question is from Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. And yeah, good to see you again, Scott. It's great to catch up. It's been a while. Yeah, look, I'm aware we're talking about making systems safer for innocent people when they make a mistake, that mistake doesn't turn deadly. So I suppose my question follows up from Councillor Ferry, which is reaction time. So when we're talking speed, we're really talking about reaction time. So what is your view on the impact of speed on that reaction time when people make mistakes?
I probably could explain it away with an example. If you look at the expressway in Waikato, in that road, and the new road north Puhoi, if you look at those two pieces of road, if you anyone makes a mistake or it's inattention within seconds, if they drop off that road or fall off the road, it's highly unlikely they're going to die. As opposed to a road under the old road that went north. A second or 2 seconds inattention means they're over in a bank or they're hitting a culvert and they're going to get seriously hurt or die. And those particular roads, because of the infrastructure and the systems approach, if they drift off the road for a moment's inattention, there's a huge pieces each side of that road which they will float off into and maybe wake up and not, if they fall asleep. And they're not going to collect poles or culverts. That's what we talk about, the safe systems approach. So a second's inattention on those roads, they've got medium barriers so you're not going to drift across into oncoming traffic. So on those roads, a lot safer than a standard road where seconds inattention is horrendous. And we all, I mean, I've done it, a moment's inattention, we make a mistake. Every single one who drives will make a mistake, an innocent mistake. And a lot of people don't go out there and drive crazy to, cause mayhem. It can be a simple mistake, and seconds are just all it takes on those roads that aren't engineered, like the examples I gave you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Inspector Wedd, we are so grateful that you've come today. Mara Bevic will be coordinating the questions from councillors that will be part of the follow-up. I'd like to add my own, and that is with the reported data in terms of compliance with warrant of fitnesses. You've raised the issue of safety harnesses and so forth with children. Just all of those issues around where there's a failure of compliance, it would be useful data as well. So, ngā mihi nui, it was lovely to have you in person today. So thank you very much. I'd like to move a vote of thanks. Thank you from Councillor Henderson. All those in favour say aye, to the contrary say no. That is carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your support. Cheers.
Our next submitters are Students Against Dangerous Driving. We have today Rachel Slack and Ryan Antia, and they are going to address us on the importance of speed. Morena, it's lovely to have you here in person.
It's lovely to be here. I have a slideshow with my speech. Oh, awesome. Awesome. Kia ora. I'm Rachel Slack from Oriel College, and I'm representing Kaitiako Ada, Students Against Dangerous Driving, as one of their national leaders, as well as speaking from a youth perspective. I was originally going to come up here and speak about the statistics of dangers of speed, but I first want you to hear my story about how growing up rurally and how speed affects my community. I have lived rurally in Rodney for the past 14 years, spending 6 years at Dairy Flat School. When I first started, the speed limit outside my primary school was 100 kilometres an hour. For my family and many others, turning right to leave the school was a stressful experience every day. The trucks and parked cars had made such a blind spot that cars were having to pull out so far just to see if it was clear. This created such a hazard to be broadside T-boned, especially with cars travelling 100 kilometres. Even for how happy my community was when the speed limit was dropped to 60 kilometres, we were still gambling with our lives when we were having to pull out so far. My primary school is located next to one of the biggest waste management centres in New Zealand, Red Vale, with nearly 700 trucks passing that primary school every day. Growing up on the metal roads rurally, only within the past 2 years we have had the speed limit dropped from 100 kilometres down to 60. I cannot tell you the amount of times I've had to jump into a ditch with myself or with my dogs to prevent being hit by a car, and as well as being completely dust bathed from the dust circulated from the road. Rodney has the second highest DSI in Auckland, just 6 serious deaths and injuries behind Franklin. On the map there, all the blue is 100 kilometres road in Rodney. Rodney is one of the only places besides the motorway where the roads are still 100 kilometres an hour. The motorway has so many precautions for it to be that speed. The chance of having a head-on crash with another car are slim because of the safety features of barriers to separate the roads. On the open roads, there is none of that besides a white line. Speed limits are such a make or break for life or death. During my second to last year primary school, one of the fatalities of having a member of my community only surviving because of her horse. She was hit head-on with a car and was thrown to the windscreen. With her leg being whipped up to her head, the severities of her injuries was only being held on by a third of muscle and skin. And I quote from her, "The surgeon could put his entire hand inside of my leg." Speed contributes to 32% of New Zealand road accidents. New Zealand has one of the worst fatal rate accidents in the developed world, with 2 children dying every week. In New Zealand, more than 300 children are either killed or seriously injured, hospitalised with serious injuries from vehicle accidents. Around 90 of these are young Aucklanders. There was a study done in New Zealand where it included 200 incidents and where children were seriously enough to be injured. 12 of these included deaths. It found more than 150 children were injured while crossing the road while going somewhere, with 60 of them on their school journey going to or from school. 60% were injured within 500 metres of their home, and 75% were injured within a kilometre. Quoting Starship Pediatric Emergency Department Dr. Michael Shepherd, the data on speed is very clear. There's a strong and exponential relationship between increasing speed and the crash risk, and increasing speed and serious death and injury. The evidence of speed reduction and reducing trauma is strong, with studies assessing that the impact of 30-kilometre zones finding a 50 to 70% reduction in injuries and deaths in children. Children pedestrians were more likely to be badly injured when struck by a vehicle. While adults were usually hit at hip level, children were prone to be hit in the head or more critical parts of their body. The faster the pedestrian is hit, the more serious their injuries are. A pedestrian hit at 30 kilometres an hour has a 90% chance of survival, compared to the 20% chance of survival if you're hit at 50. If you're hit at 60, 0% of pedestrians will survive. Now let's do some quick math. We'll go to my local primary school, where during school hours, the speed limit is 60 kilometres an hour, with an average driving reaction time of 1.5 seconds. But this is assuming the driver is alert, concentrating, and not driving while tired, distracted, or impaired. And say a child steps out in front of you, 25 metres ahead of you. Using physics to calculate your time, distance, and speed, you will still hit this child at 60 kilometres an hour. The child has been killed. You'll need at least 50 metres ahead of you not to hit a child, even without an impaired driver. Using crash data, they found the highest number of children pedestrians were injured between 2 p.m. and 4 p.m. This is a prime time that students are walking home. Children's bodies are a lot less resilient to the damage lot less resilient to damage than those of adults. For instance, when a child's ribs tend to bend inwards rather than break when pressure is applied. This is a result of the forced collision being transferred directly to their heart and lungs. If people creating these legislations are not seeming to care about the speed of the environment around our most vulnerable, why would other road users? Safe Kids Aotearoa was set up in the early 1990s by Starship Auckland Hospital to reduce preventable injuries to children. They believed New Zealand needed legislation to reduce speed limits near all schools to 30 kilometres. So my final question isn't, are we going to make this change today? My question is, why has it taken 34 years to make this change? Thank you.
Thank you for that very powerful presentation to us. Ryan, did you wish to address us?
Pardon?
Ryan, did you wish to address us?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kia ora koutou. My name is Ryan and I'm 16 years old and I'm a Year 12 pupil at Mount Albert Grammar School. I'm deeply honoured yet sombre to be speaking to you all today as we gather here to discuss a very serious topic which has altered the lives of so many in many heartbreaking ways. I'm very proud to be a national leader for Students Against Dangerous Driving, which over the last few years has really opened up my eyes to the reality of the safety of our roads in Aotearoa. Having been born and raised in Puketepapa, Mount Roskill, yet connected to the electorate of Owairaka, Mount Albert through my education, I have been exposed to everyday students arriving to and from schools. When my parents were a similar age to me, they were encouraged to bike and walk to school, with statistics in New Zealand showing that approximately 42% of students walked or biked to school in the late 1980s, where communities at the time benefited from decreased car congestion and air pollution. However, these figures do not reflect the current situation in New Zealand, where nearly all students are dropped off or bused to school. Our rangatahi should have the same opportunities as the prior generations did, which is being able to enjoy the physical and mental benefits of biking or walking to school. Unfortunately, students of today are less inclined to do so, and all evidence for their reluctance points to the concerns regarding the safety of our roads. You, adults, are the guardians of the safety of our rangatahi, and yet have failed to cultivate and instill the notion of safety, welfare, and protection of our young ones when they travel to and from school on modes of transport other than cars or buses. They have failed to speak with a united voice to express their views to those in office, to change the way we drive on our roads. And so we have all paid a heavy price. In 2016, a 70-year-old woman was taken into hospital, suffering serious conditions after she was hit by a car on Albertian Ave in Mount Albert. In 2017, a 7-year-old student died after being hit by a truck while traveling from her home from Gibson Central School. In 2023, a 5-year-old girl walking home from a school in Manurewa was crushed by a car. Instead of celebrating her 6th birthday with her friends and whānau, she spent her time in critical care after undergoing several life-saving spinal and brain surgeries. Some of these incidents took place right on the doorstep of my school in Mount Albert. Conversations with my friends and their parents vindicates how dangerous and hazardous it once felt to bike or walk down Albertian Ave and Mount Albert Road before the speed breakers were installed. Despite these dreadful stories, the future is not so bleak, as with AT's proposed Auckland Speed Management Plan for 2024 to 2027, we can make our roads safer for our rangatahi. In Auckland, there are currently over 560 schools with current speed limits that do not make walking, cycling, and scootering as appealing modes of transport, both for children and their parents. But with the proposed speed management plan, we will be able to meet the Ministry of Transport's target to have safer speeds near 40% of Auckland schools by the 30th of June 2024. More still needs to be done to make roads near my school in Mount Albert Grammar safer and less hazardous for students. But with this plan, we will be taking a step in the right direction. The youth's voice on this issue is united and clear in our beliefs. And so now I urge all members in this room to support the Auckland Speed Management Plan. Let us all collectively work together to bring about a meaningful change in the speed limits of roads, not only around schools, but in all areas currently deemed dangerous. Please keep us safe by cultivating a safer community for our rangatahi. Thank you.
Kia ora, Ryan, and thank you for that. I'm sure that Orewa College and Mount Albert Grammar must be very proud of their students. I have a speaking list of Councillor Sayers, Councillor Turner, Councillor Ferry and Councillor Hills. I am going to conclude at that point, and again, if there are further questions, they can be submitted in writing. The first question is Councillor Sayers, online.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I guess just want to start by congratulating Rachel and Ryan on your outstanding presentations. An excellent job, and your messages were very clear. Rachel, I'm the councillor for the Rodney ward, and you spoke about your experience there, in Dairy Flat. Myself and Louise Johnson, who's a local board member, are very, very familiar with the road that you spoke about. We're very familiar with your school. I really appreciated you sharing your story about how you had to avoid traffic, by jumping into the drain when traffic comes along there. You and I know that is an unfortunate situation that's experienced pretty regularly in that community. And I wanted to let you know a couple of things. You would have heard the policeman beforehand, Inspector Webb, talk about the safety on rural roads. You've reinforced that. And I wanted to let you know that just as recently as yesterday, the Mayor has put out for public consultation his proposal to increase funding to be able to lift the safety standards in rural roads. For many years, there's been underinvestment there, Rachel, and the very things that you're talking about, being able to safely walk along the roads, safe cars to more safely navigate those roads, for those roads to be wider, for the drains not to be those open ditches, but safer refuge points. That's all money's being proposed to be allocated to fix all of that. So I wanted to let you know, it's not just the sealing of the roads, but it's improving the safety of those roads. So that's a message I'd like you to take back to your colleagues and to your organisation. And with regarding to the speed limits, yes, it has taken 34 years. It seems very disappointing, but finally, through the efforts of yourself and others, that will be addressed today with any luck. So again, thank you for your presentation, and thank you for just reminding, not reminding, but perhaps making all of us around the council table, and many of councillors who don't live in the rural areas, aware of the importance of needing to improve safety in both rural and the urban landscape. So again, thank you and well done.
Councillor Turner.
Thank you. I just wanted to say they were impressive presentations, and Rachel, the statistics were good. It's the sort of stuff I look for. Thank you.
Councillor Ferry.
Thanks. I have a question, because we're in question time. Well done, both of you. That was excellent. What I wanted to explore a little bit more is this idea of schools being on arterial roads, and we have had some conversations in the past about it's okay to lower the speed limit on a road where a school's in a cul-de-sac or whatever, but we should leave the arterials. My experience in my own ward, which includes Ryan's school, is that actually a lot of schools are on arterial roads. So there's sort of the idea that we can lower the speed on sort of quiet roads, but actually some of the issue is probably on arterial roads for access to schools. Does that line up with your experience? Obviously in the rural context it does, but what do you think about sort of that dichotomy or that sort of drawing a line between quiet streets and arterials? Do we need to do more on arterials?
Yeah, I think definitely. For the roads to be lowered down to 30 kilometres, you're taking 15 seconds out of your day to save a child's life. I think that's quite a good bargain. I think one of the proposals that I read was going into these zones, a lot of people will miss the speed limit signs. So painting going in and out of these school zones a bright neon colour. So even if you miss the speed signs, you still see going into these zones. But I do definitely think that, yeah, there's the cul-de-sacs, but more of these accidents are happening on these main roads where there isn't the zebra crossings or there aren't the precautions. We've only just had a pavement put in by my school. In the 60 years it's been open, we only have just gotten a pavement so students can walk safely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hills.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Rachel and Ryan, for probably one of the best presentations I've ever seen at this in this room. So I hope you're both thinking of standing for election and taking our jobs, please. I guess the question I have, there's two questions, but I'll frame it as one. We get a lot of comment around this table by councillors and then, of course, in the government coalition agreements now saying to cut cycleways, cut safety, don't do raised crossings. It's all about behaviour change and we should be focusing on other stuff. And the sort of business case around, oh, well, it's only a few deaths or only a few people getting injured. What would you say to that? First of what is the value we should place on one life or one of your classmates? And secondly, do you think in urban and rural areas that actual speed limits being dropped or pedestrian crossings being put in actually does make a significant difference to your lives and your family?
So speed does make all the difference. So when I did my presentation, if you're hit at 60, you've just killed a child. If you hit someone at 30, they've got a 90% chance of survival. That is such a difference. But I think people need to look at it in perspective of, oh, it's just another person. Once if it's your kid, your sister, your brother, your parent, why always think about not yourself, but think about your whānau. Once if it's you, once if it's someone you know, that's going to hurt a lot more if that's one of your children. I think, so one of the things I'm doing, I'm teaching road safety to students. So we've had multiple kids hit while getting off the bus or crossing the road. So to have that road safety put into them at a younger age so they know, okay, we look left and right when we cross the road. Have I made eye contact with the driver when I'm crossing? That makes so much difference because these are our future generations. These are the people who will be in your seats when you're gone. But if they are able to have these skills and have these resources, especially in rural schools, it's a death wish trying to get across those roads at 100. So why should it be? Why not keep the roads going down to 30 so people are able to live, honestly?
Thank you.
Yeah. I think Rachel explained that very well. And before we were brought up here to speak, we heard a lot about percentages and figures. And obviously, figures play quite a lot of importance in decision making. But we know people are dying on our roads, and this is a fact. And we really do have the opportunity to change this. No matter how small the percentage, we have the opportunities to save lives, and I would just like to emphasize that. And as Rachel did mention some of the statistics about like 60 kilometers, if you're hit, it's like a 0% chance. Whereas you're looking at other figures, you can have the opportunities to save lives over here. So that's just what I wanted to touch on.
Sure, thank you.
Rachel and Ryan, have your schools broken up yet? They have. Because I have requested, before we move our thanks to you, that your schools be written to by the executive officer to draw their attention to what has been a very powerful and very personalised and professional presentation. But I'd like to move a vote of thanks. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Hills. I'll put it. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, say no. The matter is carried. And congratulations again. It's not an easy thing to come to make a submission of this kind, but you've done so very successfully. Thank you. The next presentation we have is Boopsie Maran. Would you like to come forward and address us, please?
Tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Ko Boopsie toku ingoa, I tupu mai ho ki Los Angeles, engari tamaki makoto toku tūranga waiwai I nā ene. Hello, my name is Boopsie, and I'm from LA, particularly Santa Monica High School, and I now live in Auckland, and I've called it home for the past 15 years. I am here because as a mother and a teacher working closely with students in schools, I've been entrusted to share a school perspective. Last week alone, in my role as a school reliever and engagement coordinator, I engaged with 7 different schools across West and Central Auckland from age 2 to 18. And in my position working closely with both families and the school leadership, we firstly want to apologize that no principals or teachers were able to join me this late in the term, and hope that the data in your reports reads clear. I promised both leadership and the children that I would proactively ensure council hears that the majority of schools understand the trade-off of a few seconds or minutes less in a commute if it saves child's lives. And that is a sentiment that is clearly pointed out here in today's attachments. Next slide. In survey responses from almost 180 schools, 78% supported permanent 30-kilometer speed limits on local roads near their school. The blue dots, those show all the schools that supported that. But why where I come from is important. My high school classmate friend was a victim of vehicle violence in her 4th year of med school at Yale. She was hit by a car while crossing the street on South Frontage Road and York Street on a Saturday morning coming home after the gym. With little to no improvements since 2008, 2 or more pedestrians were killed in 2017 and 2020. The same road has had 163 crashes and 35 injuries in the last 3 years. If, like my daughter and other councillors here today, you are wondering how many pedestrians die in a year in New Zealand after being hit by a car, 24 so far, and 36 last year. The Auckland Speed Management Plan is an affordable, I'd say almost cheap, clear bylaw that will save lives. Here are those death and serious injury data that you are asking for in urban areas. This is our city. This is the center. Those are red dots are deaths. All those brown or like darkish are serious injuries. Those are families still dealing with those incidents. And just like that infamous road in Yale, we have our very own example not far from here. 2 children in 2019 were crossing to school after the light turned green for them. One girl ended up in a wheelchair, but because the driver was not over 50 kilometers per hour, the article says speed was not to blame. And those are all the incidents that happened in that area around that school. Working with schools, we don't have to read the news to know our roads are unsafe. The students and the families tell us directly, and yesterday, a deputy principal said to me, if people are not connected to schools, they don't think about schools. And this morning, the Freeman's Bay principal invites you all, anybody, to come to her school and stand in front with her and see the speeds. Principal has invited you all this morning. She said, please invite anyone that doesn't believe the students or the principals that speed is an issue for safety. Reducing speed is a very affordable, cost-effective way to save lives. For most commuters following the safety speed limit, their urban peak hour speeds will not change or the difference in travel is barely noticeable. But reduced speed could be the difference between life and death for a child. The 5-year-old from Manurewa was saved by her sister that pushed her away from the car as best she could. For the Katoa Kaora draft plan, Auckland Council and Auckland Transport are the road control authority. You as council, your staff, set the standards for the bylaw. You have the mandate to save lives with safer speeds around schools. For local roads, which is most roads around schools, that is your decision to make in this room. It is tiring watching preventable death because change is annoying or inconvenient. Or as my 12-year-old daughter said last night while watching me put all this research together, I don't get why we have to negotiate. It should just be this way. Slow down around schools, period. So in conclusion.
Oh, great. I was just going to give
Yeah,
you a
in
bit of a heads
conclusion,
up on time.
we cannot look out for those we cannot see. Mila didn't come out of nowhere. The 2 students walking towards Ko-Fi in 2019 had little chance against the sunstrike that morning. And if we know heaps of drivers are texting and driving, we cannot be too surprised that speed bumps or variable speed limits are not our best defense against distracted drivers. What we do know, and what all the research data and evidence shows us, is that permanent, safer speeds around schools will save lives, period. I'm happy to take questions.
The first question is Councillor Turner.
Thank you. I just noted on the map you had up there with the little yellow dots that they were concentrated in the urban city areas, and I'm sure there's a population reason for that as well. But it made me think of Councillor Ferry's comment about a city of 2 halves, where we've got all those arterial routes. I was thinking when the students were talking of Forest Hill in heading towards Helensville. Engineering of those sites in the, I'm asking the question. I'm worried that slowing the speeds in those sites will actually not be the best outcome. Engineering of how those rural sites is more important. Where do you see that?
I see your point, because there's parts of rural roads like in Matakana where it causes a traffic jam just because you're slowing down traffic. But again, we all just have to get used to it. So over time, in the beginning, of course, it'll cause a bottleneck. Everyone's going to slow down. But then if you know you're slowing down because kids aren't getting killed, that's what you have to deal with. And over time, we will just, like we drive when we're driving across New Zealand, because I've driven for 2 months from the top of New Zealand to the bottom. There are towns where you slow down from 100 to 50. So that same idea of eventually learning that by schools you slow down, the flow will go. We just have to get there. And it's going to be inconvenient. It's going to be uncomfortable. But like all the kids are saying, it's around a school. It's got to be 30K, because no one wants to be responsible for another death when all the issue is slowing down. So it's going to, yes, that'll happen in the beginning, but I'm sure eventually, like all the other places, we just get used to it. It's not going to be a hard stop. You're going to ease down knowing you're coming towards a school. Like a lot of places around the world, around schools is a permanent 30-kilometer speed limit.
Thank you for that. We have Councillor Leone, Ferry and Hills, and then I'm cutting off questions, but I am going to make sure that your kind offer for any councillor or a member to go to Freeman's
primary or in their local area, because I am connected to many principals who are all hoping that you just meet with them directly before you decide the speeds in front of their school.
We will include that material in the minutes. So, Councillor Leone.
Oh, kia ora, Boopsie. Thank you so much for the presentation. Sorry, it's repeating back a little bit. My 2 questions are, firstly, if you could just let me know again all of the schools that you have been to, and secondly, what your main key message was as an outcome of the presentation today.
Well, in the last few weeks, I've been working with Glen Primary Prospect, and I just do that with my outside work, but I always, when I'm doing my other engagement, I ask about the speed when cars come racing by, just because I know we're collecting this information. So I was at Glen Primary, Konini Prospect. Last week I was in St. Mary's Bay College. So I work in schools all the time. And I always like to ask about speed, but I don't see why I have to. So I just asked because this is the current situation. But Yeah, those are, I could keep going on the list of schools that I work with, but principals, when it comes to speed, are always open to meeting anybody.
Thank you.
And the second
Thank
question?
you for that. Thank you for the work that you're doing. And then just the other question was just your key message for today, which I think I'm pretty aware of, but just wanted to bring it back as well.
Well, I think after we're hearing from the students, we have a position as council and as residents to decide that 30 kilometers per hour is the permanent speed limit in front of schools. And I suggest that we recommend that, seeing all the data. And if you have time to look through the future slides, there's data for all the questions you've asked today. So there's 24 slides with all those questions you've asked about speed, all that. So I recommend that at the end of today, we suggest a 30 kilometer per hour speed limit permanently in front of all schools.
Councillor Ferry.
Thanks, Bootsy, and thanks for your ongoing passionate advocacy around this issue over many years now. What I wanted to ask about is the impact that it has on a school community when there is an incident. We had one in my area where a child was hit by a van, and while he survived, he had to, there was very visible, he had to wear a helmet for a really long time to hold his skull together so it could heal and stuff like that. And so it was a very visible reminder to the school community of what had happened to one of their own. What have you seen in schools around the impact, not just on the person who's hit, and indeed the person who hits them, because I imagine that would not be a nice experience either. What's the broader ripple effect that you're seeing? Thanks.
This is a good question in the sense that personally why I do this work to share stories of students in schools is because I lost a sister violently. So no one wants anyone to lose someone violently. And getting hit by a car isn't just like a, oh, I was bumped. Everyone, all 350 students feel it. So when I stood in that parklet with the schools of Ko-Fi Intermediate, I didn't have to read the news. I had to hear it from the kids and then do my research, because 4 months later, they all remembered. And then when I was relief teaching at a different school nearby, the students remembered a scooter almost hitting them. So when they die, it's one thing. When they get in hospital, it's another. And just the memory of almost getting a hit is scary, because they're not going 30, they're going 50 even through. So all 350 students or 600 students are affected. And we have the responsibility to make that little section in front of their school a safe place to be outside their front door.
Thank you. Councillor Hills.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. And thanks, Boopsy, for your constant work on this for many, many years. I guess a question about that. So you've sat around hearing us and hearing politicians for a long time. How are you feeling now about the change after I felt like we were getting somewhere, safer speed, cycleways, pedestrian tables that 18 never used to do? We're getting quite a big pushback from some of the members around this table you would have heard, but also the government. How is that?
I think there's two notes of debate, which, as my daughter says, I don't even know why I have to be here to negotiate this, as do all the principals, because the data showed that 78% support it. But since I am here, alcohol is not an issue when you're going 50 kilometers. It's distracted drivers. We can't even use that argument. That's unfair to speed as an argument, and so that's an argument. And then the other one is, yes, so we have no money for infrastructure. Okay, I'm okay with that. We can change the speed limit. It's very cheap. It's easy. If we're not going to build any more tables, for the next 3 years we don't have money, change the speed limit. It's cheap. It's an easy way to do it, because we know the money's not going to build my safe pedestrian crossing I've helped students try to get for 3 years. So here I am again begging for speed limit signs and enforcement.
Thank you. I had cut the questions off, but I'm going to ask Councillor Simpson if she can move a vote of thanks. Thank you, Councillor Ferry. I'll put it. All those in favour say aye. The contrary say no. It's carried.
Tēnā koutou katoa.
We now have Jeff Upson on the draft speed management plan for Auckland. Kia ora, Jeff.
Good morning, how you going? I noticed everyone else has taken a lot more than 5 minutes, but I will try and sort of stick to that 4 or 5 minutes to give you an opportunity for some questions. I am here today to speak in opposition to the slower speed limits Actually, appreciate whoever's put that up for me. Thank you. In particular on the rural highways, so I live rural, I rely on rural highways, I rely on motorways, I rely on the state highways, and it's adding an inconsiderable amount of time to my journeys. Reducing the speed limits is in actual fact increased fatal crashes in some instances. I know we've got a lot of propaganda out, we've got a lot of government employees sharing statistics which are potentially misleading. And they're saying, oh, we're going to increase journey times by this many hours, and we're going to ruin everyone's life, but we're going to save 2 lives. And that's been incorrect in some cases. Anyway, so in particular, the road I drive on had a fatal crash 6 months after the reduced speed limit was implemented. State Highway 1 between Puhoi and Warkworth had a fatal crash 3 days after the slow speed was implemented, proving that reducing the speed limit will not prevent fatal crashes.
Order. Let's hear our submitters in silence.
So I'm here today just to ensure that everybody in this room and everybody who's going to be making decisions on this is aware of the commitments made to the New Zealand people by the new government. Okay, so the policy document, Accelerate New Zealand, which as you can see is up on the screens here, clearly is a promise to the people. That's why this government was elected, because of the promises that they've made, and one of those promises is to reinstate 100 km/h speed limits where appropriate, where it's safe to do so. And also they're going to increase some of the motorways to a safer 110 instead of 100 on some of these new motorways. So I've talked about that. As per their policy document, they have allocated $30 million to assist local councils to reverse the slow speed limits which were implemented under the previous government and their legislation. And if Auckland Council allows Auckland Transport to continue with this next tranche of slow speed limits, it will cost ratepayers and taxpayers even more, because we're outlaying money to reduce the speed limits now just for them to be reinstated once the incoming government has had an opportunity to adjust the legislation. And we've actually just heard from Inspector Scott Webb a few minutes ago, and he confirmed to this room that reducing the speed limit from 100 to 80 will not stop somebody from driving 140 down the motorway in the rain with people in their boot. And so targeting everyone just to try and eliminate something, and he's told you very clearly that it won't stop those people from driving 140 at 3 a.m. down the motorway with people in their boot. Hey, look, just quickly while I'm here, I know this was the only thing I came to talk about, but I do want to quickly touch base on the fact that Auckland Transport buses are speeding through roadwork sites in Rodney. They're doing 80 kilometres an hour and 30 kilometre an hour speed zones. I've presented video evidence to Auckland Transport, and they have not yet acknowledged that, but they have not yet fixed that problem. Buses are still speeding through roadwork sites. And so I want to ask you a quick question. You don't need to answer it, but just think about this. Is it okay for the buses, the Auckland Transport buses, to be speeding through roadwork sites? The other question I want to ask you just to think about is it okay to drive drunk? If you think it's okay to drive drunk, great, that's your opinion. I don't think it's okay to drive drunk, and I think that we should be taking those drunk driver statistics off when we look at the speed-related statistics, because the fatal crashes which happen with speed as a factor is a much, much smaller number once we eliminate those drunk driver from those statistics. So there's actually a very small number of fatal and serious injury crashes which happen as speed as a factor when we ignore the ones which were caused by drunk drivers, assuming that if they weren't driving drunk in the first place, they wouldn't have had an opportunity to speed while they were drunk. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you for that. We have Auckland Transport coming before the committee later today, and we will raise that matter with them at that time. The first question I have is from Councillor Turner.
Thank you. Do you agree that schools are not, schools are separate to this discussion? Slowing outside schools is the right thing to do?
So yeah, that is, it really should be two separate topics. There are obviously unfortunate circumstances such as Dairy Flat School we just heard about. Somebody decided it was a great idea to put a primary school on the side of a very important transport corridor which used to be State Highway 1, is now Dairy Flat Highway. I do agree that there is a safety concern there, and I have previously provided feedback in support of the slower speed limit of 60 in front of that school, and we have actually got a slower speed limit in front of that school of 60 at the moment. It's already in place. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Councillor Hills, and then Mayor Brown.
Thank you. Jeff, you're not here as a local board member today, or are you here as...
Sorry, I should have clarified. Yes, I am the highest polling member of the Rodney Local Board. I ran on three things. I don't like slow speed limits, I don't like potholes, and I don't like speed bumps. And for those three reasons, I'm the highest polling member of the Rodney Local Board. But today I am here in my own personal capacity. I'm not here representing the board as a whole. Thank you. Thank you for the question.
And just a question on the presentations we had before. So when you hear those presentations around speed and around the focus to change the system and change the speed and change the approach, what is the value you put on the lives that those people were talking about trying to save, or those lives changed from injuries?
Okay, well, I'm not very good at maths. You've asked quite a specific question, the value of somebody's life, okay? I think that's a question which you could consider asking Pharmac. I'm sure they've got specific calculations to work that out. The other thing you're talking about, we're talking about road safety. What about driver behaviour? We heard before somebody was hit and seriously injured by a car hitting a horse. Well, how did this person legally drive a car that doesn't know how to drive safely around a horse? There are laws that specify how you have to drive around livestock. And reducing the speed limit will not change that driver's behaviour because they're probably the same driver that drives 70 and 100 zone holding me up and then drives 70 past a stopped school bus when you're only supposed to do 20 past a stopped school bus. There are people that shouldn't have a licence, and clearly that person who crashed into the horse shouldn't have a licence.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have speakers Mayor Brown and then Councillor Darby, and then as my practice, we'll conclude the questions at that
Thank
point.
you.
Thanks. Brown.
You touched on something earlier I really jogged my memory. I should have asked the policeman when he was here before. And that's construction sites, and particularly in rural roads. Anyone driving in New Zealand will go past 50k signs. Quite periodically, there's nobody there, and nothing's happening. And so everyone drives through at 100k's because we get used to signs that don't mean anything. And other countries are particularly tough on this. And I'd really like to see us introducing rules where if your construction company leaves out 50k signs, there's nothing happening, you get fined $20,000 like they do in Europe. Because what happens is we get so used to driving, that bus driver you told us about driving through a 50k at 70, he'd probably been through about a dozen 50k's with nothing happening. And if you follow the traffic, everyone goes through 100k's and 50k zones until you get to one where there actually is a hole in the road. But it didn't mean, the sign doesn't say, we really, really mean 50 here. And so, I support slower speeds outside schools. And if we have them in few enough places where it's important, people will respect them. But if we have 50k signs all over every road, just because there's a couple of cones left out there and a guy worked there 3 weeks ago, it devalues our speed signs. So I think that I kind of hear a bit of what you're saying. I like it. We've got to challenge a few things. If everywhere is a 50k sign, no one's going to do 50k's. They're just going to go flat out. So I support more cautious use of useful speed signs. In other words, where there's a school, if it says 50, you'll know, go at 50 or even 30.
And your question is?
My question is, do you support that as a person in the countryside, and do you regularly find that incorrect speeds, construction speed signs left out there are a danger in themselves?
Absolutely. And actually, I've seen a lot of your speaking about this before, and I agree with exactly what you've said. And I want to share a quick story about a fatal crash which happened near to my home. I know it was on a state highway and not an Auckland Council managed road, but this particular space on State Highway 16, which is a few minutes away from my home, there was a roadwork site which had been set up for about 4 years, I think almost 5 years. And so everybody who drove the state highway, oh yeah, roadwork site, yep. The majority of people drove through this roadwork site at about 70, 80, 90 kilometres an hour. Okay, until one day the road controlling agency decided that they were going to start work at this roadwork site. So it went from being a bit of a bump on tar seal to being a big hole, a big drop into gravel, and so it was no longer, you could no longer drive 80, 90, 100 through this site. And so what happened is that the regular road users were coming into this construction site, which was now a roadworks site, which hadn't been for 4 years. It had just had a reduced speed limit and a couple of cones and signs around. And in the space of one night, we had a crash where a person went into the ditch. So they come into this roadwork site, hit the gravel, unsuspecting, it hadn't been gravel the week before, and they crashed into the ditch. The emergency services responded, so the police and fire pulled this person out of the car. They all went home and they got another call. They'd literally just got back into bed. This was at night. They just got back into bed and they got another call. There was a fatal crash. Okay, so this fatal crash could have been prevented if the roadwork site wasn't left there for so long that people started to ignore it. And that is exactly what the Mayor has just mentioned, is that because we have so many roadwork sites set up, we have so many cones, people have started to ignore them. And in actual fact, the majority of roadwork sites that I drive through, I'm the only one sticking to the speed limit, and I only do that because I make a point. The majority of people do ignore roadworks slow speed limits because they're just there for far too long. Thank you.
Councillor Darby.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Jeff. Jeff, you referred to 2 crashes leading to fatal deaths on roads where the speed limit had been reduced, and then you arrive at the opinion that the speed limit reduction does not reduce or does not improve safety, and has, I think you alluded to it, leading to deaths. Could that be your sort of personal observation? How important is evidence to you in how we identify? How important is evidence in identifying road safety risks? How do you think Auckland Transport, or for that matter Waka Kotahi, should go about identifying road safety risks and then responding to it? Is that evidential approach something that you subscribe to as a responsible governor? You're a local board member, Jeff. It's an important position because you're caring for a lot of people. How would your response be?
Well, let's just talk about one serious safety concern, and that is that some drivers, they like to hold me up in the 100k zone. They drive 70 in the 100 zone, and then they'll drive 70 past the schools. They'll drive 70 past the stop school buses. And this frustrates me because the police don't enforce the fact that they're not allowed to hold me up. They have to pull over and let traffic pass if they're driving excessively slow. And also you have to drive 20 kilometres an hour past a stop school bus when they are picking up or dropping off school children. The police don't enforce either of those laws. People driving 70 k's past a stop school bus is dangerous.
Wait on, Jeff. Your story,
and the evidence of that.
Jeff, wait on. Your storytelling. I asked you a question.
Yeah.
How important is an evidence-based approach to you as a governor?
So I want to get to the next part of my answer. So if you look at 2018, which I have spent a little bit of time reviewing statistics from 2018, we had 101 fatal crashes where speed or travel speed, so that's exceeding the speed limit or driving too fast for the conditions, so travel speed was a factor, okay? By the time we take off the drugged and drunk drivers, that's 67%, okay? So if we take those off, we're actually down to quite a small number, down to about 34, 33. Okay, and then we take off the ones that are driving cars with bald tyres in the wet, people that are driving unsafe cars, people that have medical events. We take off all of these other things. There was only 2 fatal crashes. This is evidence. This is statistics that you're asking about. There was only 2 fatal crashes where travel speed was the only factor. Okay, that's evidence.
Thank you for that. I don't want to see us get to a point of debate.
Sorry about that.
Have you requested the crash analysis system report for the 2 fatalities that you referred to where reducing speed limits made no difference? Have you accessed that report?
I haven't seen the reports, no. I know it's very difficult to get those reports. As a governor,
you might want to request that because that's the evidence that I'm talking about. That will help you identify. They're very thorough, those reports. And as a governor, you can actually request that. There might be something sensitive in that report that needs to be redacted, but that's how you find out, Jeff, whether speed limits worked or didn't work or contributed in any way. It's the evidence way, Jeff.
I don't disagree with you. I have been to both crash sites, and I do know that changing the speed limit did have an impact on driver behaviour at one location. The other location I'm not sure about.
I had cut questions off, but Councillor Lee could perhaps have a very brief question.
Thank you, Mr. Upson. Can we agree that you and just about everyone in the room, I would guess, support speed restrictions, legible speed restrictions around schools?
Absolutely. I support the Accelerate New Zealand document, which clearly states there will be variable speed limits outside schools. And the benefit of that is that means that at 1 o'clock in the morning, driving along an empty state highway with a school on the side of it, you can still travel at an appropriate speed. But that also provides safety during school time. You know, that's a variable speed limit is certainly something that I support outside schools. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to move a vote of thanks. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Deputy Mayor. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, say no. That is.
Thank you.
My apologies. I think I did say against, but I was probably too fast on that, so I apologise. Our next submitter are Surface Light Rail Group, Surface Light Rail project along the city centre to Mangere Transport Corridor. And we welcome Councillor Bartley to the meeting. Morena. All right.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko tangata tiriti aho. Hi everyone, my name is Rachel Bate. I'm a consents planner with a background in environmental science and conservation.
Kia ora, my name is Connor Sharp. I'm a recent master's graduate in geography focused on urban housing policy.
We're going to change the topic of this meeting today from speeds to surface light rail. We represent a diverse group of Aucklanders across the political spectrum with a shared goal of delivering surface light rail infrastructure to Auckland. Clearly, Auckland needs a transport solution. Our need for surface light rail is rooted in congestion mitigation and connecting communities, along with building climate resilience and preparing for the future of our city. Our mission is to implement a surface light rail system that will service Aucklanders for decades to come. Auckland is an ever-expanding city with evident growing pains, so it's imperative that we're proactive in dealing with the many challenges we face. A strong, reliable, seamlessly connected and sustainable public transport system is needed. Surface light rail is a strong step in the right direction and provides the opportunity to further develop our mass transit network as Auckland grows.
Initial work done by Auckland Transport identified a light rail network in 2015 as the best option to overcome our transport issues. This was followed by agreements with central government that mass transit was needed in 2016 and that light rail was the best option for Auckland in 2018. From here, the procurement process started, with central government taking the lead. During the 2018 to 2023 period, a lot of work was done on the project, but we believe the focus shifted onto central government priorities rather than the original intentions of what light rail was for. And now, the new government has promised to stop central government work on the Auckland Light Rail project within their first 100 days. We believe this represents an opportunity to not waste the years of work that has gone into light rail and instead return to the original purpose of the light rail project, a solution built by Aucklanders for Auckland that will form the backbone of our transport system.
Surface light rail will provide a fast and efficient way for Aucklanders to get around the city. This will reduce congestion on our already overburdened roading network. Firstly, many road users will mode switch from private vehicles when presented with a viable alternative. Secondly, surface light rail will alleviate passenger capacity on existing heavy rail lines, which will free up capacity for freight rail, further reducing congestion by getting trucks off our roads. This will of course lead to major reductions in carbon emissions as well. Having light rail on the surface makes the plan much cheaper for Auckland to implement than a tunnelled metro system. Despite the initial investment, the Auckland Regional Land Transport Plan outlines the ongoing operating costs of surface light rail will be lower than that of an equivalent bus fleet, and the benefits of the initial investment will extend over generations. The route we're proposing goes from the airport in Mangere through to Onehunga and Dominion Road to the city centre. The route is currently underserviced by public transport, with existing buses running over capacity and contributing to congestion. The route is based on historical tram lines, with many roads already having a capacity for surface light rail. This is specifically true along Dominion Road.
As this is a major project, it would need central government resources and funding. Overseas examples show us that with proper planning and effective delivery, costs can go as low as $30 to $40 million per kilometre. With the rising interest in place-based agreements, or city deals, that have come into discussion this year, we believe this is a project that is ideal for any Auckland City deal. The Future for Local Government 2023 report, the Mayor's Manifesto for Auckland, and the National Party have all spoken to the merits of city deals. The establishment of a proper mass transit route from the city centre to Mangere would facilitate and enable growth and productivity along this corridor. The increase in government revenue from this growth and productivity should be fairly allocated, such as with city deals in the UK and Australia, which would justify investment from the council. We believe Auckland should control its transport priorities and central government support and resource this, rather than the other way around. And this is an opportunity for Auckland to lead the way in prioritising its own needs.
This is a new campaign, so we're still in the early stages. We've been reaching out to various community, resident and business groups, and would love to open a dialogue with you all as well. To recap, Auckland needs surface light rail. Auckland needs to take control over its transport priorities, and there is an opportunity to fund and resource the project through an Auckland deal.
Auckland can be the world-class city that we all deserve. Thank you for your time. We're happy to take questions.
Thank you. You've raised a lot of really important issues, and I know a lot of councillors and members of the committee will want to ask questions. I have limited them to 5, and then there will be an opportunity, if there are questions that can't be dealt with at this time, for them to submit to you. Is that acceptable?
That's perfectly fine, thank you.
We can do it through our officer here.
Yes, yeah, we're happy to
So the
take
first
questions.
question is that from Councillor Henderson.
My question's been kind of answered, so if someone wants my slot, that's cool.
Thank you. Councillor Newman.
Good morning. I'll be there after lunch, but can I ask, the scope of the light rail project that is now being stopped obviously has changed significantly over time. What at its heart, what do you think surface light rail is there to do? Is it it's certainly not mass transit, but is it people transit or public transport services, or is it about enabling a very different type of land use, very high residential intensification? What is the primary purpose of surface light rail from your perspective? Because I think since 2017, whatever, the scope of this has changed and changed and changed, and we've never landed a consensus as to what is the purpose for what we are trying to achieve.
Fantastic, yeah, thank you for your question. I see the purpose of surface light rail as being transit for people, predominantly. Obviously, there's a few reasons for that. The congestion, which I spoke to earlier, getting people out of private vehicles, also carbon emissions, but it's about having people being able to move around the city freely, and having there be alternatives to private vehicles, as well as options for people to drive their cars as well.
Thank you. Next question is Councillor Ferry.
Thank you. I'll keep it brief. With the route that you put up, and maybe if you go back to that slide, do you see an opportunity to do it in parts? One of the advantages of surface over tunnelling is obviously the lower cost, but also the opportunity to do it in parts.
Yeah, so great question. So I think for us, we've sort of identified the 2 important points, connecting the city centre and down Mount Roskill, as well as from the Auckland airport to Mangere. And when you construct surface light rail, you can as it's built, you can then start operating it. So even if the entire line isn't completed, you can still start operating the portions that have been built and completed before the entire thing is complete. So.
Thank you. I'll just answer as well. That also provides an opportunity to spread out the cost, which I think is a great win.
Our next question is from the Mayor.
Oh, it's not just a question, but I'll make sure there is a question there, because otherwise you'll bark at me. I think that's pretty good. The light rail, and as I was told recently, you know, and your answer was very good about what it is. It's for moving people. Somehow or other, the government wasted millions of dollars on a light rail project, which devalued light rail's future and really made it into a bad word. Because they thought it was a housing project, but houses don't usually have wheels, at least I've never noticed that before. So what do you think went wrong? How did they make such a mess of something or other? I mean, light rail, along the lines of what you've done, is done for $50 million a kilometre in France, a very expensive country where no one works more than 30 hours a week. And we had it down at $470 million a kilometre above ground, and even more insane, $700 million underground. What's you young people? I looked at it and I'm astounded by the levels of screaming incompetence that were associated. What do you think went wrong?
Yeah, I can speak to this a bit. It's not super clear, so you probably need to ask them. But when it comes down to what we think, basically reading the documents and I guess looking at what happened, I think they started to value the sort of like end-to-end travel points and as well as housing. So they were trying to connect, have like a lower trip time for the whole thing and make sure like, you know, along it, whereas what Surface Light Rail is supposed to be for is, or light rail's for, is like connecting the communities along that route, where it's like actually getting people to be able to move up and down that route, essentially replacing buses, so, yeah.
Yeah, we hear constantly from about trying to reduce greenhouse gases, and you hear that something like 80% of all vehicle movements in Auckland are less than 2 or 3 kilometres. And that's the bit that light rail replace overseas. Is that what you expect? And so that was your answer when you told that other councillor who didn't understand what it was for. It's just for moving people upwards and down, back along a route. And it does. So how are you going to, as young people, help me get a deal which includes something or other which the previous government made such a mess of that the current government are quite keen, have quite clearly and with every good reason topped it, and none of those people involved should be allowed back anywhere near it, obviously. But how are you going to get this to happen? How are we going to revive this, because they gave it a bad name?
Yeah, so we're actually reaching out and have spoken to MPs and people from central government from all over the political spectrum, and so we're going to be talking to them and making sure that they understand that this is a really good idea and that we're going to do it. So.
Also a bit of a rebrand, so clearly it's gone around in circles and circles and circles since the initial report in 2015 from Auckland Transport, I believe it was. So a bit of a rebrand that this is an Auckland issue. Auckland is pushing for this. We're asking for your support to be a united front from Auckland to the government and asking for this to happen rather than it being partisan, or rather than letting those priorities be diluted.
Wellington decide everything.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, okay, well, it needs a rebrand because it sort of lost its way. It was actually called Auckland Light Rail, even if it was led by a retired Wellington politician, which struck me as completely insulting. So how would we rebrand this? The really, really Auckland Light Rail.
What about the Wayne Brown Express?
I think that levity is important, and I think that there is an opportunity for all members of the committee and our submitters to suggest their ideas to the Mayor for the city deal. The next question is Councillor Lee.
Thank you for your presentation. I noted with interest that you reviewed the whole history of this the saga, going back to the 2015 Regional Land Transport Plan and also the Regional Passenger Transport Plan of the year 2015-2025. But are you aware that the concept outlined in the original plan, which went to the public and received widespread public support, was profoundly different from the scheme you have indicated here of a single line to Auckland Airport?
Yeah, so there was obviously a lot in those plans, and but a lot of what we were focused on is how that sort of transitioned through the next couple years as well from the 2015 plan, in which case they talked, apologies, and they talked a lot about addressing the sort of needs of those communities like south of the city centre. And if there's any other information that we have missed, we're also happy to, we want to have a dialogue and talk about it as well. So.
The original plan was conceived by AT because their future scoping indicated that by the early 2020s, and this was not envisaging the pandemic, that bus transport would max out. You would need so many buses that you'd have too much of a good thing. Everything would come to a grinding halt. So what was the solution? Light rail on the bus routes. And so the original plan was for light rail trams on Sandringham Road, Dominion Road, Mount Eden Road and Manukau Road, and I think then Remuera Road. It was a good plan. It had public support, it had no funding. Unfortunately, it transmogrified into a single line to the airport, and after 6 years or so, 7 years, Auckland Light Rail Limited still hasn't come up with a business plan, because I think the single route to the airport is what stymied a rational benefit cost business plan. But
Councillor Lee, I'm just wondering, I mean, this is such an important issue and you carry such incredible knowledge of the background to this and the bus congestion in Simon Street that precipitated that 2015 plan.
I'll stop there just to thank you for the presentation.
If you would be willing to work with our signatories offline, that would be very appreciated.
I imagine this government has quite a lot of challenges ahead of it, to be frank, but actually when it comes to stopping light rail, they won't have to do anything at all, because after 7 or 8 years, they haven't built 1 centimetre of track, unfortunately.
No. Thanks for your question. I would like the opportunity to respond to that, if I may.
Yes.
Part of the reason for this proposal, and one of the benefits I see, is you're absolutely right. They talked about routes along Sandringham Road, Manukau Road, but this plan provides opportunity to further develop the surface light rail network. So once you have surface light rail already, it's much easier to continue that plan and to put other routes along other roads and other routes. We'd be very happy to take this offline, and we will be reaching out for sure in the next few days.
Yeah, to add to that, a lot of countries overseas, when they built their first line, they would then find it much easier to expand it from there. So it's sort of getting the first bit built.
Have a look at that 2015 scheme. I think you'll support it. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a lot of work you can take from Vancouver as well on that. We had Councillor Hills, and then I have given Councillor Bartley leave to a very quick question.
Kia ora, Madam Chair, and thank you both for the presentation. It's really good. And as people have said, it is a shame that the government failed so spectacularly on this, because it actually was National Party, I think Simon Bridges, who agreed with Kiwi Rail, Auckland Transport, Waka Kotahi, the airport, everyone, that it was going to be surface light rail because it carries 4 times the number of people than a busway. I guess from my perspective, what happens, so we talk about a lot about that we must do this because, and the cost of whatever this is, but what is the cost of not doing this? What do you see the future of Auckland looking like if we don't replicate what almost every other city is doing around mass transit through communities that don't have access to good public transport.
Thanks for your question. We have a slide. How does this work? Oh.
Oops. Well,
Oh, that's not us. Essentially, it looks like traffic jams everywhere. It looks like people not being able to get around because their roads are so overburdened. It looks like having 5 buses that are completely full drive past you and then
get stuck at traffic lights.
Get stuck at traffic lights. It looks like buses not showing up. It looks like
a lot of stuff you just see when you look out in rush hour every day.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It looks like
It's the stress I'm feeling, I think, expressed by all those people that we've got Waka Kotahi waiting to speak to us. So, Councillor Hills, unless there's anything further, I'm going to come to Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the leeway. And I was online before I came in, so I did hear all the presentations. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you for taking up this project. I grew up in Mangere. There's no train service in the Mangere town centre to come into the city. There's just buses. So really your only other option is a car. I bought my first car when I got my first job at Auckland Airport to drive from Mangere to the airport. My question is, this seems to be very top-down from Waka Kotahi and then going and consulting with communities. Do you think the approach needs to change now and be about communities and them speaking up about what they need, because they've been cut off because this project got cut by the government and everybody's talking about money and everybody's talking about all the strategic terms, but in reality it's the communities that lose out along this route from having something that they needed for hundreds of years probably, and this was the only way to make it happen, to see it happen. So do you think the approach needs to change?
Yeah, absolutely. It's part of the reason why we've been reaching out to various business residents community groups, because we believe that they should have a strong say in what happens in their communities. A lot of places on that route are historically underserved by public transport, and if we want things to change, it needs to be a bottom-up approach. And talking to council, like it's an Auckland issue. It's not central government's decision to make about what we want in our city.
Colin, Rachel, very good, powerful submission to us, and you will keep the dialogue going with Councillor Lee. I'm going to move a vote of thanks. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll put it. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Oops. I have, I'm aware that, yes, yep. Order.
Your promises sounded good. You developed a strong transport emission reduction pathway and you committed to net zero 2050. But the reality is you are trying to back by 2030.
Could I ask you to make your submission?
That is killing people.
Could I?
Killing children, as our other panelists have discussed. Today, Restore Passenger Rail emulates the council, sleeping on their own policies. Since the council
I'm very disappointed that I was not allowed to speak because I was going to accept the submission of Magdalena Vith. I'm just going to adjourn the meeting now for 5 minutes. Thank you. Morena, as I indicated at the beginning, I am happy to accept as the acting chair the Magdalena Vith Climate Transport Goals submission, and I invite them to address the committee for 5 minutes. Welcome.
Brilliant. Yeah, I would like to start by apologising to Councillor Chris Fletcher for talking over her. I do not, however, apologise for the protest itself. It is clear that this council's current policies have made protests like this an imperative. So, I want to talk about the fact that young people like me are terrified. 75% of young people globally feel like we don't have a future. And this is because of climate change. Here in Aotearoa, we are finally starting to experience it ourselves with Cyclone Gabrielle. Cyclone Gabrielle cost a total of $13.5 billion worth of damages. But it cost more than that. It killed 11 people. Each of these people have names and families. For so much more than those people, however, so many more people now feel rain anxiety when they hear rain on the roofs of their houses. What was once calming and comforting is now a signal of terror and, honestly, potentially the apocalypse. So I'd like to bring this back to council because the people in this room, I think you have a lot more power than you realise when it comes to affecting the climate policies of Aotearoa and the world as a whole. I want to acknowledge that you have made some really powerful promises. Your transport emissions reductions pathway, on page 34, you state that Auckland needs a sustainable transport hierarchy that prioritises walking, cycling and public transport. That is brilliant and we are in full support of that. We are also in full support of your commitment to net zero. However, we recognise that 2050 is now too late under the Paris Agreement. Finally, we acknowledge that you are in the C40 leadership group. You are here because Auckland is a city of innovation. That is the reason you are in this group. However, like New Zealand standing up to represent, the Minister for Climate Change, Simon Watts, representing New Zealand at COP28, your presence in this group is currently an embarrassment because you are not doing enough, just as New Zealand as a whole is not doing enough for the climate. I'd like to point out that you, as a council, opted for the $13 billion minimum option for transport plans over the $24 billion preferred or the $16 billion moderate option for funding. $13 billion. That is the cost of Cyclone Gabrielle. You could defer this cost to sustainable, flexible transport infrastructure, building back better after Cyclone Gabrielle, yet instead you refuse and you spend it rebuilding the exact same infrastructure that has cost lives, that has cost money, and that has cost the people of Auckland their own mental and physical health. Not only that, but the TERP's economic analysis actually shows vast improvements to economy through reduced health impacts. When you sit in your car, the amount of emissions you are exposed to is increased compared to walking, compared to biking, compared to public transport. When you sit in your car, you are subject to a barrage of emissions. These emissions are responsible in some part for 1 in 10 New Zealand deaths. 1 in 10 people who die in New Zealand have their death exacerbated by transport emissions. That is unacceptable. Essentially, sorry, I planned to give this to the media outside. I did not plan to speak in front of everyone.
You've spoken really powerfully, and I think that everyone has listened very closely. We have, as I've explained to you, run out of the time that we have for public submissions and questions. But I, for one, really appreciate you coming along. And I know that there is the opportunity as we go into consultation for the long-term plan the suggestion of an Auckland Future Fund, which will be there to assist Auckland navigate its way through climate resilience. And that is something that I think you're expressing very deeply for us today. So I'd like to thank you very much for coming in. And I hope that we can continue the dialogue with you. I'm going to move a vote of thanks, seconded by Councillor Hills. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary say no. The matter's carried.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Do better, do it faster, do it now. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Many thanks.
Councillors, we now come to agenda item 8, and we have Waka Kotahi here, and I would like to invite Steve Mutton, Director, Regional Relationships, to come and address us, please.
Tēnā koutou, and thank you once again for having us along to your committee meeting. It's really great to see you all again. Bridges around the world are often admired for their form, their view, their scale. However, success is measured by the efficiency of the daily operation and how quickly and seamlessly we can cross over it. The Auckland Harbour Bridge spans the Waitemata Harbour and connects people, water, telecommunications, power and gas to the North Shore and to Northland. What people often aren't aware of is the amount of maintenance that is needed to sustain its daily upkeep. So today's update, I want to take you through the work that is required to keep our iconic Auckland Harbour Bridge in top condition. So I'd like to hand over to Paul Geck, who's our Alliance Manager, and Matel Khan, who's our ASL Alliance Asset and Network Manager lead, and they're going to talk through the presentation to give you a bit of an update on the effort and work that's required to keep the bridge operational. Thank you, Paul.
Yes, thanks, Steve, and thank you for letting us come and talking about the pride of the Auckland Harbour Bridge. So next slide, Steve. Okay, so the bridge is actually made up of 10 bridges, 8 lanes, it's 1.6k long. The truss opened in 1959 and the extensions were in 1969, so 10 years later. We've got an estimated replacement value of about 10 billion and about 180,000 vehicles per weekday travel over the harbour bridge. And as Steve said before, that this bridge carries many lifeline utilities, being fibre optic, gas, electric, and communications across the Auckland Harbour to the North Shore and back. Next slide. So looking at around asset management, so part of that is around our inspections. So we do have a policy and procedure, which is Waka Kotahi's bridge inspection, S6. And we carry over detailed inspections of the bridge and general inspections every 2 years and principal inspections every 6. We do this in a way that via ropes, and access to the bridge is actually quite difficult in some locations. So we do have a dedicated inspection team that are trained on rope and are IRATA trained, and they're supported by specialist tradespeople that can fabricate, weld, paint, blast and maintain the bridge as we go. We do use a number of technologies to inspect difficult locations. As you'll see on some of the photos there, we are hanging off ropes and trying to get inside the beams and the girders, and we use such things such as borescopes, ultrasonic thicknesses, and non-destructive testing to work out what's going on with the bridge and finding out the defects and then working out a plan of what we go forward. Next slide, please, Steve. So in terms of actual maintenance, some of the major stuff that we do, so coatings is a significant ongoing part of the Auckland Harbour Bridge. We have been using the good condition of coatings over the last 5 to 6 years. Previously to that, we've been coating the bridge quite significantly. And the last 5 or 6 years, there was a change to spot protection, spot coatings, and dealing with the issues of corrosion around that. What we're going to see going forward from here is actually more of a wide investment targeted for the next NLTP, so the 24 to 27 and thereafter. On the other part is the structural maintenance. So we all know that this bridge has got a lot of steel members. Steel fatigues over time. And this bridge has already carried more than its design life of loading over the 64 years that the bridge has been in service. So we've actually seen significant amounts of fatigue cracking around the bridge that we carry out repairs continuously as we find them. And we're working through that as we go. There are also a number of concrete repairs and the piers that we're currently doing with around concrete cancer and the likes. Next slide, Steve. So the box girder surfacing. So this is the surfacing on the additional clip-on lanes on the box extensions. This surfacing provides the main reason for the surfacing is actually to provide additional strength for the steel of the box girder. And you'll see there that we are carrying out maintenance that gets done every other year, and it has been done every other year. And this year we're planning to do southbound lanes, and we close it over Christmas. Traffic runs on the on the other remaining 6 lanes. So as you can see, we scrape off the surface and we take it back to the steel. We fix up any of the defects. We lay a membrane layer, and then what we do is we actually pave a epoxy surfacing, which is lightweight, on the box girder surface, and that's to try and help make sure that the bridge can take the loading that it has going forward. And the surfacing actually gives stiffness to the steel deck. So it's very important that we make sure that the bond between the surfacing and the steel is maintained, and that's what we work on, and we redo the surfacing every couple of years. It's not over the whole bridge because some of it is actually still the original since about 1998. Next slide, Steve, please. So some of the recent major works that has been carried out on the bridge has been the 1999 seismic upgrade with the linkage bolts and cross frames. 2007 was the number of vulnerable members that were strengthened with the additional of double plates and batten plates that you can see in the picture to the right. 2010, there was a strengthening of the box girders, and we all know that that was around the time when trucks were not allowed on the clip-ons or on the box girder extensions. And 2017, further strengthening was completed and upgrading further vulnerable members through the Harbour Bridge. So we are working through what the next 3 and 10-year plan looks like, and that's what we're working through. So next slide, Steve. So the future major works, the coatings one is a major one for us going forward. As I've explained earlier, we've used the good condition that we've had in the previous years, and now we're looking at having to strip back and recoat the bridge from one side to the other, which is a significant undertaking. And that we'll be working through with Waka Kotahi around how and where we do that, and working with the council around discharge and how we work through that. The other part will be the concrete deck upgrade or replacement and the concrete pier cathodic protection. So a lot of these piers have rust and things that will be prevalent. We're using cathodic protection to actually get a way around that to make sure that it would last as long as we can actually make it to go. You'll also know that the expansion joint and bearing replacement, so we've done a couple of those this year, and that was a Saturday night closure through to Sunday morning. And some more of this work will actually require longer closure times of the harbour bridge, like what we saw with the bearing replacement that we carried out very well and successfully. Next slide, Steve. So this one I'm very proud of the team of how we responded to the freak wind accident gust in September 2020. The bridge was impacted and the centre 4 lanes were closed for a significant amount of time until we got the temporary member in place. And while we got the temporary member in place, working with our professional services and also engineers to get the permanent one in place and to be able to get that done and fixed within, I think it was about a 2.5 to 3 week period. With a lot of people doing around the clock hours, working very hard to make sure that the asset was put back into service as quickly as possible. And that was a massive effort by everyone involved, and was very proud to be involved in that aspect.
Great, thank you, Paul, and I'll hand it back to the chair. Thank you.
Gosh, Paul, you've presented us some really important information, and we've got a number of the members of this committee wanting questions. Could we start with Member Brown?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've sort of got two parts, but I'll keep it quick. If we keep the maintenance regime going with best practice, how long does the harbour bridge have before we hit potentially safety issues for users? And considering inundation, climate change, and the sort of inability to really know what's going on under the water with the piers, and of course the age of the bridge, I guess that's the first question. And the second question is just around what sort of disruption would the public expect as you work through the maintenance regime, and what other options do we have to get over the Waitemata? Is it simply it will take longer, or would there be a diversion around West Auckland to get to your destination?
That's a very good question. The first part of that is trying to put a timeline on the service life of the bridge, which depends on very many variables, as you'd understand, what shape or form the bridge is used for in the future, how we are actually maintaining it. We are maintaining it to our best of our ability with trying to look at new technologies. Yes, the other part is what defects we do find in the future and how we actually can refurbish or strengthen those defects will determine what closures are required of the harbour bridge. The largest one that we know of at the moment is around the bearing replacement, which we've been able to do a number of those, which requires about a 12-hour closure. And then we will work from there afterwards. With the bearing replacement, yes, the two lanes can be open either side, but with some of the other works, the strengthening works may not be able to have that open, so they'll be needed to go around the Western Ring Route and Upper Harbour.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Chair. Wow, what a fantastic presentation. Thank you very much. Look, my question is back on slide 1, if I may, and I hope I don't sound too ignorant, but I think the first bullet point was that the bridge is actually 10 bridges. Could you just take me through the 10 bridges that make up the harbour bridge, just for my own education? Thank you.
Yes. So there are a number of areas. So there are concrete viaducts to the north and to the south. There are the main truss bridge, and there's also the box girder clip-ons. So there's 2 box girder clip-ons. There's the main truss bridge and the concrete viaducts, and those are the sort of main elements that make up the harbour bridge.
Great, thanks. That's just a really a little bit of education for me. Thank you.
Councillor Turner.
No, thank you. Member Brown asked my question. I would be just a little bit more direct about it. How long before she's dead?
I don't have an answer of that, sorry. It does really depend on what shape or form it does take into the future and what level of disruption we're willing to live with to maintain it.
Councillor Darby.
Thanks, Steve. Thanks, Paul. Paul, just in your introduction, did you say it had a replacement value of 10 million or 10 billion?
3 billion.
Three. Yeah, that's what was on the slide. Hey, just in terms of, you've sort of looked at the maintenance regime. I understand it's the most maintained section of State Highway by a country mile in Aotearoa. And it does have a long life if you do maintain it. Just in terms of being able to extend the life of the bridge, my understanding too is that is achieved if you lighten the live load on the bridge. The static load stays because that's what you're dealing with on a daily basis, but it's the live load. So with the opening of the, State Highway 18, isn't it? The new Northern Corridor interchange to 1816, what percentage of heavy vehicles that are contributing or have been contributing to the live load and the degradation of the bridge are now choosing the 1618 route? How much has the live load been reduced in that area? And what is Waka Kotahi's, can you tell me about Waka Kotahi's assumed travel planning with the freight industry to suggest to the freight industry that it takes 1618? Or am I being, is my assumption incorrect that Waka Kotahi does have a travel plan with the freight industry to guide the live load away from the bridge?
There's probably a couple of things there. I don't have the exact details as to what is the current loading in front of me, but what I do know is that the harbour bridge does not carry the HPMV vehicles. So all HPMV, which is the high productivity motor vehicle, actually goes around Upper Harbour. 50 max is allowed over the harbour bridge, and we do not direct freight to go a specific way apart from what our permitting system tells them that they need to do.
So Steve, is there any travel planning at Waka Kotahi? I know you can't direct, but Auckland Transport is always having discussions with major, traffic generators like, hospitals and, education facilities. Does Waka Kotahi have that relationship with the freight industry saying Northern Corridor Improvements Project is open, 1618 is now a pretty good run, not all the time. Is that in place?
Yes, we have really good relationship with the freight community. We meet with them on a regular basis and have the conversations around network performance to make sure we, have reliable and resilient and efficient freight routes. There's no need for us to dictate around the freight corridors at the moment over the harbour bridge. We do monitor the heavy vehicle volumes and it's within our loading requirements. Paul's alluded that at some time that might change as the freight percentages increase compared to normal vehicles, but that's the way that we'll operate the network in the future. You will have seen over the last couple of years we've had some VMS signs up giving the State Highway 18, 16, State Highway 1 times. And that's a way to give people choice about which way they'd like to go through the network. So, we do know that the freight appreciates that information as well. But we definitely have that relationship, but there's no need to dictate the routes at the moment.
Okay, just one last one, if I may, Chair. In your view, back to you again, Steve, do you think the Auckland Harbour Bridge is being used efficiently? Like, do you think there's something that Waka Kotahi can do? And I'm not referring to liberate the lane here, okay? I'm actually referring to are the greatest number of people being conveyed across the Auckland Harbour Bridge in the least number of vehicles? And I'm probably coming back to the light vehicle fleet here, because one of the things I've been talking to Waka Kotahi yourself over the years is there's been no willingness of Waka Kotahi to trial a bus priority in, say, T3 lane. And we do have, there's some real issues getting out of the city centre in the PM peak if you're on a bus going northbound. Is it Waka Kotahi's view that the bridge is being used efficiently and it doesn't need to do anything else to incentivise a more efficient use of the bridge?
Yes, Councillor, we can always do better. It's about working together with Auckland Transport to make sure we optimise the network to get the best use out of it. And we do have a network optimisation team that does review that. I'm aware of the questions you've asked before, and I think we need to test that and challenge that on a regular basis to make sure we're doing everything possible to maximise the efficiency and productivity of the bridge. There are other points on the network which are much more constrained than the Harbour Bridge itself, but it's about working together with Auckland Transport and ourselves to make sure we maximise the efficiency of the network. And that's a part of Auckland Transportation Operations Centre as well that has that function.
So it'll be an ongoing issue for consideration. Councillor Hills.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. And thanks to the team. Thanks, Steve, for a lot of questions answered on this over the time, including a tour through it. If people get a chance to do that, it's pretty amazing. The questions I have is how do we get this information out there and to the new government around, because a lot of the conversations I've heard over the last decade at least, but it's been far longer than that, is what we'd like to do over the harbour, or when we'd like to do it. But actually, I haven't really heard a nailed down kind of no-go situation of when we need to do something, whether that is a busway, a replacement bridge, we've got to close it to 4 lanes to rip off the platforms to replace them. I'm still there doesn't seem to be a definitive when we need something done, rather than it's always seems to be, let's try and do everything, so then it's far too expensive, so nothing happens. How do we get the clear evidence that, at some point this bridge needs to be replaced and these are the 5 steps to get there?
So thank you, Councillor, for your question. I think that's a topic for the next topic around the Wairarapa Harbour Connections project, who are doing a lot of work around what does the future look like, what is the staging needed to meet the objectives and the outcomes of that particular project.
Okay, and just, okay, so do you have, for this committee today, an understanding of when the next major, are we talking 5, 10, 20 years that you would have to see a significant closure due to maintenance or renewal? Not just the summer asphalt kind of repair.
Yeah, I think Paul alluded to that earlier. We're looking at the interventions that we need to make on the bridge to make sure that it lasts for the needs of the city. I think there is going to be work that is required over time, which will need longer closures that we've seen in the past, but it's certainly something that, we're engaged with the community, we're engaged with Auckland Council and Auckland Transport about how and when we do that.
And very last question, Chair. When we close it for the wind now, and understandably we're more conservative on that due to the girder breakage that 2 years ago now, was it? When was it? Oh gosh, the last 4 years seem one big disaster, I guess. So how have you figured out a way to sort of make it less on and off? Is there a way to go, look, Auckland today, between these times, please start using state highway, or is the easiest approach you've found to go, winds dropped, everyone open, no, the next half an hour? It does, I think, for me, on the shore, at least, seeing the lack of certainty in those times means that it kind of creates its own chaos, but maybe you have better data that shows actually turning it on and off is the best way to do it.
So, Steve, can you talk to this issue of clarity and certainty?
Yeah, so that's a good question, Councillor, and it certainly is a challenge during those severe weather events. So we work really closely with Met Service to make sure that we have forecasts on the weather events that are coming through. This is controlled out of our Auckland Transportation Operations Centre, where they're monitoring real time the changing wind conditions, and they will make the call at the time based on the wind thresholds that are being met. So I guess the question is, do you tell everyone to go an alternate route, or to work at home, or to not travel when 90% of the day the wind might be below those thresholds? Or do we carry on with the operations where we have at the moment, where we monitor it real time and we have to make the call at the time when the wind threshold's met? So it's a very forever changing time and environment, but they are reviewing it real time and they're making the calls real time. The important thing is that we can get the bridge open as quickly as possible. I've personally been caught in it, but I've found too that you're only sitting there for like 5-10 minutes and the traffic gets moving again. So that is much better than diverting all traffic via State Highway 18 or other routes.
Thank you. Mayor Brown.
First of all, excellent presentation on the maintenance. I really enjoyed that. Thanks, guys. With regard to the two things, with regard to the failure that occurred that you were proud to have repaired, and good on you for that, that was an empty truck blown into the into that thing, and so we need to have some way of when the wind comes, there are certain vehicles which are more dangerous, and it's empty trucks, not full ones, and so, and that one, of course, was only there because it was taking an empty container back to the port, which I hope to really get out of the road anyhow at some stage, but that's another question. So, as a two-stage to wind days, we should be warning people empty trucks, or even just trucks, but empty trucks and empty containers should be kept off the bridge above, say, 20 or 40 k's of wind or something like that. That's kind of one thing I'm thinking. Now, the other part is I'm moving the government, edging ever so slightly, but speeding up, I hope, towards congestion charging, time of use charging, rather than, and that in itself is a tool which will be available to extend the life and use of the bridge as well. And I think we had, in the time of use charging, I'm hoping that it's a little bit more intelligent than what I've heard out of the Wellington lawyers, but I'm trying to educate them, that there'll be significantly different regimes for vehicles of certain types. And trucks, for instance, we've already got time of use charging in Auckland that people haven't noticed, is that the port is now introducing additional charges for trucks to be serviced from the port during daylight hours or during hours of peak traffic. And I'm going to push them to make that even harder, so we get the trucks moving at night, more and more at night. And we might have to push the prices a bit to get the guys to open their warehouses at night, but that's a plan to use to regulate the traffic. The bridge is there all day, is 24 hours, but it's not jammed up 24 hours. So are you looking forward to having that as part of the tool for extending life, trying to change the load behaviour, heavy trucks at certain times and no light trucks and heavy winds? How do you respond to those things? Because that's just me looking at what happens and saying, what can we learn? How can we do it?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. That was very good points. And No, this is about New Zealand Transport Agency, Auckland Transport, Auckland Council working together to make sure that we use all the levers and tools we have in place to optimise the network and make better use of the asset that we have. And I think it's not just one thing, but many things that will come together that will enable us to achieve that. And the closer we work together, the better outcomes there will be for our communities.
Well, that's good to hear. I mean, we want to work a bit closer than we did on the next thing, on the thing that the Waitemata Harbour crossing study, which I'm not taking the blame for it being such a dud.
We're not dealing with that agenda item at the moment. Steve, it's been really good to have you here today. You've come primarily to talk about the specific focuses on bridge maintenance, and I think the knowledge that Paul has imparted is incredible. But there are other matters happening within Waka Kotahi. Are there any other issues that you choose to bring to our attention?
There is a lot happening at New Zealand Transport Agency, Waka Kotahi, and we're carrying on with all the good work with our projects that you currently see around the city and the region. And now we're just waiting for the new government to perform to give us that strong guidance and clarity around the government policy statement, which we expect to come out early next year for people to view and comment on. So that will give us our certainty for our investment profiles going forward.
Well, we thank you, and I would like to move a vote of thanks. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll put it. All those in favour say aye. The contrary say no. That is carried. I'm required now to move in order of precedence, in that it's up on screen. We would hear now from Te Whata Ora, Auckland Regional Public Health Service, on transport as a public health issue. I move that takes precedence over the Waitemata crossing. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Deputy Mayor. A discussion? I'll put it. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary say no. That is carried. I should foreshadow at the completion of this presentation, it's my intention to take a short break for lunch. So if you have other matters you need to attend to at the conclusion of this, we'll break. Welcome.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Michael Hale toku ingoa. I'm a public health doctor from the local regional public health service, and a pleasure to be with you with the team today to talk about an issue that I think is real common across both the health and local government sectors, and that's transport, with the view to seeing how we could work closer together and work the slide shifter. Here we are. So a very brief, public health medicine, which is the specialty that I'm part of, is the part of medicine that doesn't deal with the sick, but tries to prevent sickness. And that's through all the things that lie in front of the health system. So our clean air, drinking water, education systems, opportunity to work, that's where we're focused on, because that's where approximately 80% of all things that contribute to health lie. And just briefly introducing the team, we're going to talk about 3 different topics. I'm very fortunate today to have, we have world experts from Tamaki Makaurau. So today we have Professor Alistair Woodward, whose expertise as a public health doctor and epidemiologist lie in air quality and health and climate change and health. We have Mr. James Hamill, who's a Starship paediatrician, to talk to us about, Starship paediatric surgeon and in the trauma service. He's going to talk to us about safety and health. Professor Melody Smith, who is an expert in physical activity and well-being, particularly around active trips to school, and I'll be summing up at the end. So I'll hand over now to Alistair to talk about transport and equality.
Right. Thank you very much. We are speaking in front of your lunch, so we need to be brief. I'm going to really just talk to 2 slides, which I think have got the
the nub of what I want to say to you, and I hope that there'll be a time for questions if you've got things you would like to find out more about. I was very interested to hear earlier on Councillor Darby talking about the importance of evidence in terms of local government decision making, and I hope that what we can offer you here is helpful evidence that might support you making, decisions about transport, which are very difficult and fraught, I know. These are the 5 points about air pollution I want to make, that we've greatly underestimated in New Zealand the importance of air pollution in terms of a cause of poor health. We've also misunderstood or not understood that transport plays a very large part in that. There are particular elements or categories of the vehicle fleet that are particularly important, and maybe we can talk a little bit about that. But on the positive side, there are certainly opportunities for hitting the sweet spot, we believe, in terms of transport policy, ways in which the air pollution burden of disease can be reduced and at the same time other gains can be made. Now, they might seem to you like big claims and rather surprising ones, perhaps. So I want to spend a little bit of time talking about the basis for these statements, which is, a study that was published 18 months ago, the Health and Air Pollution in New Zealand study. It was funded by a consortium of government departments. And it was a stock take, really, about the effects of air pollution in New Zealand, and the results were surprising. This is an infographic. You can find, if you go to the Health and Air Pollution in New Zealand website, more information. But just have a look at the top right-hand corner of the graph, which is an estimate of what was really the major outcome from the study, which was looking at mortality. And the effects of air pollution, two particular components of air pollution, fine particles and NO2, nitrogen dioxide, are shown there with the orange column and the blue column. Now, they add up to about 3,300 deaths each year in New Zealand that we believe are caused by air pollution, by those two components. That is 2/3 the total number of deaths caused by smoking. It is roughly 10 times the road toll. It's a very large number. We also attempted to estimate the effects of air pollution on hospital admissions and on the prevalence of asthma. Now, we had very clever economists who worked with us to try and put dollars and cents on those health outcomes, and that's the social cost of air pollution, which is about $15 billion a year. The bottom part of the graph makes the point that we have been improving air quality, at least in regard to fine particles, but the effects of NO2 have in fact been increasing over time, and that's important for you because NO2 is essentially a transport pollutant. It's in New Zealand, its source is the vehicle fleet, and in particular diesel vehicles, which produce much more in the way of NO2 than do petrol vehicles. So I will skip through the next two slides, happy to talk about them, but just want to come back to these 5 major points I want to put before you, that air pollution is a big problem in New Zealand, about 3,300 excess deaths a year. Transport's responsible for roughly 2/3 of that health burden. There are vehicles in the fleet, large diesel vehicles that are 6 to 7 times more important in terms of that social cost. And there are solutions in our grasp. And I hope that we will have good time to talk about how to respond. That's something that I know that Michael is going to lead us through. I'll stop there and pass over to James.
Kia ora koutou, ko James Hill,
So I'm here to talk to you about traffic safety, and in researching this I was looking through some old photos, and here's one from the 1920s. If you look carefully, there's a little girl, I think, and her mum crossing the street full of cars 100 years ago, and it made me wonder if anything much has changed in our approach to streets in the last 100 years. With any issue, no matter how technical, like road injury, it's always good to start with a good model. Here's a number of models, like Sustainable Development Goal model here, planetary health, taking into account the ecological overshoots. I just wanted to point out to you, though, the time course in this model from childhood through to adulthood, and the idea of taking an intergenerational viewpoint, and then the process involved in what leads to ill health or injury or even wellness, including accountability and agency, which is what we're here for today, and embodiment, which is what I do every day. Embodiment in road trauma normally means being hit by a car or a truck, and what we're seeing more and more of is kids being hit by urban light trucks, or SUVs if you like, and these are the sort of things we see in general. Cracked skulls, big bleeding into the brain, broken bones all over the place, broken ribs. Usually these are multiple injuries with the little kids being hit, so as you can imagine, it's like being hit by a brick wall. And how do the injuries occur? Well, it's a matter of energy. Some of you will remember from high school physics this formula where energy is related to the square of the velocity, which leads to this kind of exponential increase in death rates as you get hit by a vehicle from about 30 k's upwards. Note that 40 k's you get like 3 or 4 times the death rate compared to 30, and it also influences the ability to stop in time and prevent an injury in the first place. So what's the data around the Auckland region? This map shows pedestrian and cyclist crashes, the serious and the fatal ones. 57 pedestrians and 15 cyclists have lost their lives on Auckland streets over the last few years. And then we have good data from the Northern Regional Trauma Network, showing that 15% of all major trauma hospital admissions are transport related in the Auckland and Northern region. And if you add it up, more than 20% of these are from active transport, pedestrians and pedal cyclists, so they're busily going about their lives, trying to be good citizens and get hit by a vehicle. Well, what's to be done about this? Paradoxically, I don't think it's really to focus on the injuries, but to ask this question: what type of city do we want to live in? And a great example of this is Te Aramua Future Streets over in Mangere. There's a few photos of it here. And recent research has shown that just by making these street changes, we see significant reductions in speeds around these streets, right down from the 50 to 60 mark down to 30 k's, without changing the speed limit, that is. And there's lots of international examples as well. So there's Barcelona's super blocks, which are estimated to increase the life expectancy of the people who lived in those areas by 6 or 7 months. There's London's low traffic neighbourhoods, which reduce pedestrian injuries by 85%. Then there's a great example from Stockholm's City of Cyclists, where they didn't even mention traffic or climate change or anything like that. They just focused on a positive urban vision to increase their cycling infrastructure. Well, I was down in Rotorua recently and saw this sign at our local climbing wall: slow is smooth, smooth is fast. It said everything in life, including transport. So I think that if we could smoothly move towards a city where a mum and her daughter could cross the street without being hit by a car, would be in for a good thing. Thanks.
Handing over to Melody, who's online with us now.
Kia ora koutou. We know that physical activity is essential for health, and in fact it's associated with a reduced risk of a number of diseases, as you can see here. Recommendations vary for different population groups, but for adults they sit at around getting 30 minutes of moderate to vigorous physical activity, so that's activities that make you huff and puff every day. So this can be gained through activities like walking and biking. Next slide, please. And importantly, it makes us feel good. So even short bouts of activity, like just walking to go and get a coffee, stimulates the release of a number of hormones and neurotransmitters. And these improve our mood, they help us to focus, and they reduce stress. Next slide. Active transport, or getting around by walking or wheeling, is a physical activity behaviour of particular interest because it brings numerous additional benefits above and beyond physical activity. So if we just think about children getting to school actively, of course, active travel contributes to overall physical activity and the benefits that that brings. But it's also associated with improved learning outcomes and improved behaviour in the classroom, meaning that teachers spend less time trying to settle the classroom. And active transport to school, especially biking, is also independently related to a number of cardiometabolic health outcomes. So that's independent of how much physical activity the children are doing. When children are getting to school independently or without adult supervision, there's a whole lot of developmental benefits as well. And of course, the more children and families we get walking or biking to school, that means less cars on the road. So it brings numerous benefits to the wider community, including reduced congestion and associated reductions in air and noise pollution. But importantly, we also see improvements in social cohesion and connections with nature. Perhaps one of the most important and undervalued benefits of getting kids and families active in younger years is that we know that active transport and physical activity tracks over time at the population level. So supporting active travel earlier in life is going to be associated with both short-term and long-term health gains. Next slide, thanks. However, we spend our lives living in cars. So the New Zealand Household Travel Survey has shown us that Aucklanders spend nearly 7 working weeks per year in cars, 6 3/4 working weeks. Most of our short commutes are done by car, and only half of adults are sufficiently active for health. Compared to the significant benefits of physical activity, car trips of only around 15 minutes or more are directly related to a number of negative personal, social, and work-related outcomes. And I think we've heard a few of those comments earlier today around congestion and stress that causes. The risks are also much broader than this. So car travel is linked with a higher risk of being classified as insufficiently active for health. Prolonged sedentariness, like when sitting in a car, is especially bad for our immediate and long-term health. And insufficient activity is one of the major causes of disease and early death. It leads to around 12% of all early deaths. Next slide, thanks. The great news is, though, is that people who use active transport have significantly higher levels of physical activity than those who don't. And importantly, active transport doesn't displace other forms of activity. It has also other health and economic benefits. So estimates suggest that just moving 5% of short urban car trips to cycling in New Zealand would result in 116 fewer deaths through increased physical activity and 6 fewer deaths due to local air pollution from vehicles. And Waka Kotahi's latest Monetised Benefits and Cost Manual has shown striking economic benefits. So we have a nearly $10 per kilometre saving for each new walker and nearly $5 for each new cyclist. Next slide, please. Despite these benefits, we have extremely low rates of active transport in New Zealand and one of the lowest rates of active school travel in the world. We know that people want to get around actively from our research, but the main barrier to this is lack of safety from traffic. In particular, speeding cars make it almost impossible for children to cross roads. They increase crash risk and they increase the risk of serious injury or death. As we've just seen, 3/4 of adults say they would cycle if the roads were safer, and parents consistently tell us that they would allow their child to walk or bike around their neighbourhood only if it was safer from traffic. So overall, the evidence is clear that physical activity is essential for our health and well-being, and active transport plays a significant role in accumulating physical activity while also bringing its own unique benefits. People want to get around actively, but unsafe traffic environments make this almost impossible. Thank you.
Right, so to wrap up, transport is clearly a key contributor to health. We see key opportunities to work together here, that there's a number of things that are within the span and scope of council, which would have benefits for both health and livability, and we'd really love the opportunity to explore these further with the council. So incorporating population health evidence, population health approaches delivers significant health and well-being gains, as has been seen in other health issues like tobacco control. And what we also see is it's not just about health and well-being, but when we address transport, we can address at the same time both air quality, climate change, physical health and well-being, increased social and community cohesion, and there's great value for money and even cost savings to be had. So we'll just leave you with that thought and the request for closer working between the Northern Region, NPHS, Healthy Auckland Together, and involvement in that upstream transport strategy planning and prioritisation processes. Thank you very much.
Kia ora. First question is Mayor Brown. Next question is Councillor Ferry.
Thank you. In a day of strong presentations, another really amazing one with just the kind of evidence that we need. Thank you. And I hope our colleague from the north down the back there was paying attention to the evidence provided. The shift to public transport as a safety benefit is something I'm really interested in. Stacey will be familiar, I've raised this before with Auckland Transport, and how we can potentially put some numbers on that if because PT is actually our safest form of transport. Did you have any thinking in that space about how we can articulate that more clearly, the benefit there? And then I've got one follow-up, thanks.
Thank you. That's a good question. I don't have numbers for you, but there has been a lot of work done, including both the safety benefits. Very few people are affected by road crash injuries if they travel by mass transit. And also typically mass transit involves some walking or cycling before and after. And so that is actually a significant, a non-trivial contributor to physical activity, which also has health gains.
Thank you. It might be an area for some future study. The other question I had, and I'm sorry, I am focusing a little bit on the trauma side, but want to acknowledge the air pollution stuff, which I think is really significant and often overlooked. One of the things I'm interested in is the, and you mentioned it, I think, in the context of children, Melody, but I'm interested in it in the context of adults and seniors as well, is the impact on independence and confidence of having been in an accident. One of the things we hear about a little bit is people who've had falls on footpaths, to take sort of one end of the spectrum, and I've certainly experienced that myself, having broken some arms, that I am much more careful now in the way that I walk around, the way that I approach stairs outside. And so do we have any data yet? You've got some around children, but I'm really interested in that topic for particularly for seniors, because it's a really big impact on quality of life, that loss of confidence and independence too. Thank you.
I can quickly answer some of that, I think. A lot of the research that we do with older adults suggests, of course, that there is a fear of falling in particular. It's a major barrier to biking as well, and balance concerns. However, what we do find is that people who sort of overcome those fears and get out and use active modes of transport generally thrive from that. What the issue is when, as you've said, Julia, a crash occurs, generally because of an unsafe traffic environment, because the unsafe traffic environment hasn't changed. That's enough of a barrier not to restart that activity. So we have people overcoming those fears already, recognising that the transport environment is suboptimal, but getting out anyway, then being harmed by traffic, and that's enough just to stop them completely. And once those people stop, that's it. There's no coming back. So the only solution to that is to change the environment to support getting back on the bike or getting back walking.
Thanks very much. That's really useful.
Your Worship.
Hi, Alistair. I just wanted what you've raised about the poor air quality, and there's an issue there, I know about that. But I mean, I'm reading here that you got $15.6 billion for the cost of it. That's the size of Fonterra. I mean, economists, sometimes a number like that kind of almost belittles what your message you're kind of make because it's so completely unbelievable. And I mean, you've gone to see an economist, and the economists predicted 9 of the last 3 downturns. And so that's a low credibility area anyhow. I kind of think it's just impossible for me to accept that there's $15.6 billion worth of cost. If there was, during COVID when nobody drove, was there a $15.6 million improvement in the economy?
No, look, that's a fair point. The reason that we worked with economists to do that was because the government departments that were funding our work required it. And the way we did it was to use the costings that are applied in road safety. So you'd be familiar with the value of a statistical life. So that, in fact, that number has actually been almost doubled recently. The figures I gave you were with a cheaper or a lower value of a statistical life. So the up-to-date number is even bigger than that. So that's the explanation for the $15 billion. Is it helpful or not? Well, I would, take guidance from you and from other people who have to make decisions. But we were asked to estimate as best we could, the dollars and cents impact of air pollution, and that was what we did. That was the best way of doing it.
Yeah, but what happens is the economists count up all of the medical things from all those things together and add them up. And if you go around and add up all of the things that come in from those government reports, you'll find that they're underestimating the size of the New Zealand economy by about 100 because they all add up to way bigger figures. But when you look at it, it's the same size as Fonterra. I find it hard to believe. I'm not suggesting that it isn't good, but I don't think those things help you. And if for instance, it was, so, because then I ask, okay, we have a downturn, where is the saving? And it doesn't appear. So that kind of makes that look a bit bad. Again, if it was so bad, if it's such a bad thing, do you have a demonstration that people are incredibly much more healthy when they live out in rural areas where there isn't vehicle pollution? Are they $10 billion healthier, or is it $5 billion healthier, or are they not necessarily healthier? Because if you're going to claim one thing, then they have to be subjected to some prick like me coming on and asking a lot of questions because to find is that reasonable or not. So how much better off are people who don't live in polluted areas?
Well, I think it's a fair question. I mean, the sort of study I've just described to you is an observational study relating air pollution and health. What happens if you improve air quality? Now, we don't really have good studies in New Zealand to refer to, but there are some interesting natural experiments overseas. You might remember the Beijing Olympics, when the Chinese government shut down factories and traffic and so on, and the air quality improved enormously for the period of the Olympics, and then the factories went back online and air quality deteriorated. So there was some good work tracking the population of Beijing, including a really interesting study on taxi drivers. It was commented before that the inside of cars is the worst place to be in terms of exposure to air pollution. And there was clear evidence that people's health improved when air quality improved.
Oh, I don't doubt that for a moment. I think that you're onto something rather there, but I think when you shove huge, unbelievable numbers to it, it kind of denigrates the argument. And then to say that we don't have a study that shows perhaps the people who live in central Otago, where there's bugger all people and wonderful air, are they particularly healthier than the people who live in the building you and I live in?
Sorry, I didn't understand. I didn't answer your last point. Yes, no, there's clear evidence that people who live in parts of New Zealand where the air is better have better health.
Well, that's good. That should give you a place to do a real comparison and come up with a number which is more believable. Okay, thanks for that, Alistair.
Thank you. Our speaking order is Councillor Henderson, Councillor Hills, Councillor Darby, and I will close it off there.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, look, we're seeing a change in emphasis, rhetoric and funding from central government away from safety initiatives, active modes and the like. How are you working with government on sharing this amazing and important data, which is so relevant and important for the country?
Well, I've recently moved from a regional-only public health unit to part of Te Whatuora National Public Health Service. So, yes, the national picture is really important to us. I think I would stress two things on that, yes, these conversations are being had by my colleagues at a national level and feeding into transport policy there. But there are also things that really lie at local government level as well that we can do that make a difference. And there's things that need to happen at the community level as well. So it's definitely taking the whole comprehensive approach to that I'm keen to be a part of.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. My first question goes to Councillor Henderson's question. We've got, maybe it was due to COVID, maybe it was due to online connection. The last 4 years especially, I've seen quite a significant rise in not believing evidence, not believing science. We've got a government who's just announced they want more smokers to pay for tax cuts. How do you see us as leaders trying to get through that? When you put the evidence in front of us that this equals more deaths, worse lives, less money in the economy, more people coming through your surgeries and waiting rooms, do you have any advice for us how to connect up our decisions to actual evidence? Climate change, etc. Feel free to not say anything or go hard. I've read a lot of the work some of you have done, which talks about some of this.
I'm happy to have a go there. Yes, obviously, there's a concern with the loss of trust in science. I think also New Zealand has been, to a certain degree, spared that. But I also think that bringing science into the public forum is a key part of that. And also the way we discuss it openly, critique it, and that it is seen as part of good public policy and decision making, and the way we the discourse around it in terms of holding to the same set of facts, but maybe looking for differences in the way we implement or differences in interpretation around the values of that, but looking to hold to the same set of facts, I think is a key value of a really functioning democracy.
And I guess maybe do any of you have any real concerns that maybe councils aren't looking, or decision makers in our position aren't looking to the whole social costs? So often it's, well, what's the income to council? I hear quite a lot, but the taxpayer and the ratepayer are the same people. So the funding that goes into health being spent on, I can give you one slight example. Queen Street in our State of the Environment report was one of the worst air quality in the whole city. So it was obviously reduced cars, put electric buses in there, added trees and walking, and hopefully that'll add to health outcomes. But some of the pushback at the time was that doesn't affect our budget.
I definitely agree, and I think that is part of why we need to be working as a system as a whole, because benefits from air quality improvements will accrue over a long period of time and make big differences, both for children but also for chronic disease. And that's going to be benefits that are largely seen through health system costs. But we need that whole system well-being approach where we're recognising that you can't just think that health funding is for health and that council funding sort of stops and it's just about roads and rates. But actually there is going to be costs that are paid in one part that will release huge savings for us as a society, but through some of our accounting practices may be seen to be very disparate.
Thank you.
Councillor Darby.
Thanks, gentlemen. Thanks for bringing us this rather frank evidence, and as uncomfortable as it may be for some, it's It's really good to have this. Can I just ask you, how do you, Te Whatu Ora, how does it plug in to groups at maybe convened by Waka Kotahi or Auckland Transport, working with other agencies, you know, with Manatu Hauora, I think the name is, and others, might be ACC, to gel the evidence together, to glue it together, so that those of us in governance positions, you know, have got this go-to source. Now, I understand there's the Tamaki Makaurau Road Safety Governance Group. I'm assuming that your body sits on that. Now, they're more focused on I think, the safety side. Do they extend into the well-being side? Enough?
So yes, we are involved there, and I think that that's the kind of example of things that are needed in terms of this. Everyone who's got some of the levers of control, some of the evidence, some of the part to play, because these are complicated issues. So that's one around safety. I think that kind of approach could really be extended further than just safety into other aspects of transport. Another key part of my role, for example, is around nutrition and looking at food environments and how many different parts, including council, have a role there. One that I'd like to highlight, though, for the transport sector is this. We have a interagency collective, Healthy Auckland Together, that we've alluded to, which Council and Auckland Transport are both parts of. We have Waka Kotahi, Kāinga Ora, a number of the academic groups, mana whenua, who gather around, and we have a Healthy Transport Working Group, which come together as sort of a group with this kind of view, values, to try and contribute to good, healthy transport policy and strategy. So there is some of those networks emerging, but I think lifting the level of those and making sure that we're connected across, because I know from health as being a really big organisation where you can have different views, there is that same sort of thing, I think, across the council bureaucracy, where we might be really closely working with one part, and then perhaps REMU or some other part, the Sustainability Office, doesn't even have any awareness of that kind of commonality. So, yeah, keen to see that increase.
Yeah, that would be good, because I think that's the missing link at the moment, because, I mean, I'm familiar with some of this work, and you're here again today. This is not the first time you've talked about this. And I'm just a bit concerned that we're not pulling all the threads together to tell the whole story. Like yesterday, and if I could just for a draft budget, we extinguished the Access for Everyone budget of 49 million over the next 10 years. We know that there is a lot of black carbon in the lower city centre. That budget would have partially addressed that problem. But in making that decision, there was no information that the health implications of our decision making were not on our minds, nowhere. So I'm looking for ways of actually bringing that information to our report. And I think we're missing something in our structure at the moment. Sorry, Chair, I'm taking a bit of time.
Thank you. I'd like to bring this to a conclusion. In saying that, I think I've declined Councillor Newman and others, so Yes, I realise that. I want to, in thanking you for coming before us, say that I do believe science in the public forum is actually really important, and there are other areas of council, parks for instance. I'd love to spend time understanding in a scientific way the importance of council's investments in a whole range of things. But I do want to give you one last opportunity if there's anything that hasn't been presented to us. And before you do, say that Leanne Dalziel and I had the privilege of attending the first United Nations conference in Beijing in 1994, the International Women's Conference. And that was the first time they had ever closed down the entire city of Beijing. So there was also work that was undertaken at that stage. We couldn't sort of believe it, but the impact on the environment was just extraordinary, having been there and been present for that. But anything in conclusion before we thank you?
If I may just pick up on Councillor Darby's point, that I think that that's very much the purpose of us coming here, is to, we recognise there's some key areas where there's good relationships and that information going from public health to council, but I think to raise the visibility and look to extend that further. When we first started Healthy Auckland together in 2015, it was quite closely connected in social and community policy and sports parks and recreation. Currently, lots of ties around transport, but I think right throughout the organisation there are a number of parallels where population health expertise can really be useful to addressing some of the issues, and we'd really welcome right across the organisation the ability to connect further.
Thank you for your advocacy, and thank you, Melody, for joining us online. Thank you. It's open now for some discussion, and on... Sorry? Just thinking. Yeah, no, that's fine. Sorry, I'm given guidance on that, but I'm going to move the recommendations. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Newman, you wanted to speak at this time? Apologies. Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chair. Look, I'm just pointing out there's a really welcome theme today, and that's the theme of climate change. It's actually really heartening that we're having really serious and confronting discussions about this today. I'd add something to the presentation as well, that these issues of air quality are not just purely transport issues. They're also housing issues. They're also planning issues. And I've been talking about that for a long time. But I'd suggest that suburban Aucklanders are really getting the brunt of all of these negative outcomes. And what's more, they're spending hours of their week away from their families sitting in traffic. And the data plays that out in places like Howick and places like Waitakere, Rodney, Franklin, you name it. These are the situations where people are not spending enough time with their kids because they're busy commuting. I'm concerned that despite what we've heard today, we're going backwards in terms of the work required to actually meet the challenges that have been set out. And at a minimum, I think we should be very clear as a council that we need to ask the government to reverse the rhetoric around raising speeds, driving down investments into active transport, and instead go with what the actual evidence is telling us, and has been telling us all day. We need to take roles as community leaders in spreading that evidence and continuing that conversation among our communities so they're getting the actual facts here. Throughout history, we've seen disinformation campaigns around, these just come to the top of my head, around smoking, around secondhand smoke, around the ozone hole, around acid rain, around climate change itself, most famously. All of these attempts through history have eventually failed. Now we need to listen to the evidence on climate safety and air quality, because I fear there's another battle coming with the rhetoric that we're hearing in the public around this stuff. So we need to recommit and reaffirm the truth that we've heard today. But this isn't just a government thing. This is, rightly this was pointed out to me in my question. For us as a council, we need to lead directly. And some of the stuff we've already done, we're not needing to reinvent the wheel here. Queen Street was once or maybe it still is, but it was once the black carbon capital of the country, right? We've done so much good work there with Te Kamititanga and all the rest into fantastic community spaces now, right? That people enjoy, and it's always full. People are loving it. People bring their kids from all over the city for these places, right? What was previously the air quality capital of the country. So we have a huge role to lead, but I would just end with this, that you know, we're not running around looking for places to put speed tables. They're often requested by communities and particularly schools, right? So when schools ask us for slow speeds around their areas, we should act. When we see bus routes proposed for cuts, and that was what we talked about yesterday, we should act to save them. That's all our responsibility, and it's all in our hands. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Bartley.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to speak in support of the recommendations there. I think it's awesome that we have these medical professionals come and talk health and talk transport. So I see Michael Roth was the author of the report. So thank you, Michael, for your work. And I look forward to continual working together and having this population health perspective on transport strategy, not only, you know, the climate side, but also the health side. I saw this when I asked the TERP team to come out with me to Otara to the South Seas vaccination event because I could see it. You know, the impacts on someone's health, and we know how our Pasifika people feature pretty badly in health statistics, and being active and, you know, getting out of the car and walking, and then, you know, you're also reducing your emissions. But the connection is there, and it's just awesome to see this come through from that perspective of how it's going to actually help people and keep them out of hospitals. And yeah, I hope it can be mobilised into communities, into Pacific communities, because right now our health workers are all focused on the, you know, like it's too far gone. It's the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff, whereas I see a lot of this working in the prevention space. And yeah, I just think it's awesome. I'm really glad to see them here and thank them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ferry, and do we have any speakers opposed to the recommendations? Oh, I missed it. I'm sorry. Sorry, Councillor, you're actually after Councillor Bartley. Apologies. But if you will indulge me, we'll take Councillor Ferry and then Councillor Turner. Thanks.
Thank you. I wanted to speak in favour as well. I really appreciate having in front of us today such expertise, academic as well as medical, and the interaction of those two. And I wanted to particularly acknowledge that I think it was James is actually a paediatric surgeon, and he has taken the time out from really important work to make a plea to us today. And I just wanted to particularly acknowledge that, having had a child through Starship. The evidence base for this stuff is just, you know, I just so agree with what Councillor Henderson said. It's incontrovertible, and it is frustrating that we do seem to see some of this as debatable, as opposed to, okay, this is what it is, what do we do next? And I did just want to pick up on a point which Councillor Bartley started along that line as well, of the equity impacts of a lot of this, is that a lot of the people who are already worse off are more severely impacted by some of this stuff. You know, I'm thinking about the fact that we have parts of our population who literally die earlier, and these kinds of things, living in communities where they have public transport deserts, where they can't walk or cycle safely, they can't necessarily access healthy food or facilities. You know, all of this stuff mounts up and has a real toll, and we have a responsibility to act to produce more equitable outcomes across the city. So I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Councillor Turner.
Thank you. So what? Or maybe the word should be so when. So when are we going to actually do something? I have sent everybody a report of pages of 4 vehicles driving around behind 1 man picking up rubbish, of our slip material being trucked right across the city and then trucked down to Hampton Downs and up to Waimalku. We have got food scraps being taken all the way to Reparoa. When are we going to join the dots together and actually do something? I've sent people some photos of premises out in the Waitakeris with 7 air conditioning units on top of them. We sit here and we soak ourselves in the
wokeness.
No, it's not. I wasn't going to say that. I was going to say the.
Order.
I was going to say the ideology.
Statement of intent.
Order. Councillor Turner is speaking. Please be respectful.
Yeah, and I'm trying to be serious about it. I as a tradie, I see the argument, I see the evidence, but I don't see any practical outcome. And surely it just starts with the stuff we can change, and we work up from there. I don't see it, and I think it's time. You know, we have a huge conflict between our health and safety, and that's like these 4 vehicles following around one man picking up rubbish, and our desire to reduce our emissions and the environmental outcomes of our actions. We need to get some policy together and get some matrix that work that we can apply to ourselves. Thank you.
I'm going to take Councillor Hills, and then I'm going to invite Barry Potter to help us understand how we are going to weave what I think is really important information into our transport strategy on our ongoing program. Councillor Hills, time, haven't got it.
Kia ora. Thank you, Councillor Fletcher, and thank you as Chair for allowing all these presentations today, which are linking up together and giving us clear evidence. Thank you to the presentation from our health professionals. I think it's so important to have that evidence. And I received an email yesterday from doctors at Auckland Hospital who are looking for a march to protect the smoke-free legislation, because they say that those changes to fund tax cuts will mean more deaths and will mean more costs to the health system. What was presented here today is a clear outline of reducing emissions, reducing deaths of kids, that the kids came and spoke to us today. So if Councillor Newman wants to say protecting kids is wokeness, or reducing poor air quality as wokeness, and trying to act on climate change as wokeness, well then maybe that's what it is. But actually I want to focus on the evidence, and Councillor Turner, I'm keen to work with you on those things, but we're all elected here and we can get those things done. We just have to show leadership and ensure we get them done. But it is about systems change. It is about ensuring we back up our decisions of the past. Dr. Hale had wrote in 2020 that he was impressed by Auckland Council and not only our climate plan, but also the lower speeds that we're going to save lives based on evidence. Obviously, our budget is all about prioritisation, and all I'm asking is that we use evidence, like we heard today, like that we get presented to us from officers, around how we make sure Aucklanders, from no matter where they are in the city, are safer, are healthier, have a better life, and that we also plan for the next generation. Because the presentations we've had here today have been chilling and phenomenal, but I think if we continue to ignore them and have the wry smiles and kind of put out there that don't worry, the government's going to come in and crash everything down, well, I don't think the government wants to do that. I think there'll be difference of opinions, but I hope they work with us based on evidence, because I know our community expects us to do so. Kia ora.
Councillor Newman.
It's been interesting listening to the presentations today, because I think that everybody has come here with their passions, their evidence and their arguments, and I thank everybody for that. The challenge that I have actually is around this place, because what's the very first thing that we have to do, Chair? Well, we actually have to pass a budget to do something, to fund something. And it's remarkable how some people can pass a budget and other people cannot. The second thing in the transport space is that we have to enable Auckland Transport to do something by passing a statement of intent. Some of us can do that, others cannot. I respectfully am very interested to know how those people who have struggled to appropriate and have struggled to pass a statement of intent to allow Auckland Transport to enable the interventions, however good, bad or indifferent, and it's always going to be a value judgment, how they're going to enable Auckland Transport to do that if they're just going to sit here in meetings and give very interesting speeches, but actually not pass a statement of intent. Chair, what will be interesting with Auckland Transport is to understand from them, and we will hear from them soon, the extent to which the budget changes that we have made previously enable them to follow the evidence and to make the interventions in favour of traffic safety and to allow for a mode shift. Actually, it's been this council that on too many occasions has actually said to Auckland Transport at the last moment, well, actually, we're going to have to take funding from this initiative that's going to address mode shift and accelerated switching from vehicles to active transport in new growth areas and outer suburban Auckland. We're going to take funding away from that in order to fund favoured housing projects elsewhere. So I get very infuriated, Chair, when I get lectured about things that people perceive me to value and not value, when in fact I've seen transport activities compromised in my ward because of decisions taken around this table to reallocate safety budgets and accelerated mode shift budgets away from growth areas and outer suburban Auckland because they are deemed not to be favourable. Thank you.
Councillor Newman, were you speaking for or against the motion?
Madam Chair, this is about receiving a presentation. What we've had in this debate is a proxy for other things that we're going to talk about, and I wanted to respond to some of that.
Thank you. I'm going to invite, at this point, Barry Potter is our lead officer to help us understand how, in light of the presentation that we've had from a number of very, I think, critical professionals who've given up their time to make a presentation to us today, and I would like to take the politics out of this and understand better how we can incorporate this into our ongoing work program for this committee.
Thank you, Chair. And look, just if I might speak very briefly, there's been some real, the view I've heard is a strong desire to hear a more broad range of evidence that comes into our decision making, and particularly around the health, around safety, around well-being, ensuring that when we're looking at transportation projects, programs and the future, that evidence is brought to councillors in their decision making. That's something that we will pick up with Auckland Transport, with the council strategy team, and working with Waka Kotahi as well, to ensure that that evidence comes as part of your consideration when you're making decisions.
Thank you.
Well,
Chair,
please,
Chair,
Councillor Darby, I'm speaking.
Okay,
I was going to take a question.
I'll speak after you speak.
I find your behaviour really disrespectful to me as chair. I'd ask you to withdraw and just allow me. I haven't asked one single question today. Could you please show me some respect? Mr. Potter, could you help me understand how this, I mean, one of the key bodies of work that this committee has the delegations for, how this will be factored into the work that we're doing around an integrated transport plan?
That's very much the basis of this, is that transportation plan has a broader consideration of the things we've just covered off here, that these are brought into it, and that was what I was alluding to in when talking about in our planning. This comes to that the broader health issues and the broader health evidence is brought to that consideration and to the input into that planning process for that integrated plan.
Thank you. That doesn't require a resolution. We can just trust that that will be work that is undertaken. Thank you for that. Councillor Darby.
Thank you. Barry, it's clear, and I thank you for your response, and that the reporting coming through needs to be a bit more denser in terms of what is the impact of the decision that might be taken on the safety of the transport system, or the health and well-being implications. Considering a number of the submissions here today, including the most recent, relate to that area of, a safe transport system, can we say for February, I wouldn't suggest prior, at this committee, could you arrange for Auckland Transport, and possibly with Waka Kotahi, but probably led by Auckland Transport, to come into the next Transport Infrastructure Committee meeting to address the most recent work they've been doing on safety? I mean, I'm privy to that as a board member, but there is considerable work in that area. It's topical at the moment, going by all the submissions we've heard today. Can we confirm that for February, please?
I think we surely can, and I think there'd be good support for that. But I'll have a talk to the CE. And do you want to speak to it?
I think what I had planned to do is, obviously this work is underway and it feeds into work that is ongoing, and you have the opportunity to hear from Auckland Transport this afternoon if we can ever conclude this item on the agenda. To that end,
I'm actually talking about a specific strategic thinking session on it, rather than just a report.
I would like, again with respect, Councillor Darby, for us to be able to deal with that at the appropriate time. At this time, I would like to move the recommendations that are before you, that have been moved and seconded by Councillor Henderson. I'm going to put them. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary say no. The matter is...
Aye.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. We now adjourn for lunch, and we will resume at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Kia ora. I hope everyone's had the opportunity to have some lunch, and we need to resume. I'm mindful that there are a number of members that have to leave us early today, and I don't want to be without a quorum. So I would ask us all to be as succinct as we possibly can. We welcome now the Waitemata Harbour Connections agenda item, and I would ask if all members are present. They're coming. I want to give Member Brown just acknowledge that the conflict that was declared at the beginning of the item, and thank him for drawing that to my attention. So thank you for that, Billy. Could we commence, please, in terms of the officer's report?
Good afternoon, councillors. Before I begin, I would first like to withdraw the statement in my report that Auckland Transport does not support the recommended option. I note that Auckland Transport has not determined its position in relation to the recommended option, and I do apologise for not making that clear. I'm here today to discuss the draft indicative business case recommended option, which is due to be considered by the Waka Kotahi NZTA board in February next year. And I think, Lauti, you're going to put the map showing the recommended option up on the screen. So, as a partner to the project, council staff have been working with the Waitemata Harbour Connection, or WHC team, in the development of options, which has culminated in the recommended option. And I'll just take you quickly through what that involves. It involves in stage 1, upgrading the northern busway stations and constructing an active mode path between Constellation Drive and Aokuranga Drive, 2 road tunnels between Central Motorway Junction and Aokuranga Drive, the raising of State Highway 1 between Auckland Harbour Bridge and Aokuranga Drive, continuous bus lanes between Aokuranga Station and City Centre, and active modes path from West Haven to Constellation Drive following the completion of the road tunnels. And in stage 2, construction of new light rail tunnels from Wynyard Quarter to Albany. In working through the development of the options, staff have identified a number of issues about the recommended option, which were discussed at the workshop, the Transport and Infrastructure workshop last month. These relate in particular to the affordability and value for money issue. At 56 billion, it is equivalent to more than double the government's total 10-year investment in Auckland's transport system. There would be a very long wait for active and PT crossings. As I note, the active modes only are constructed after the completion of the road tunnel. There's only marginal improvements in mode shift, VKT, emissions, but there are high embodied carbon in tunnels, and negligible land use opportunities are unlocked. There's also a lack of integration with the Auckland Integrated Transport Plan. So for these reasons and those outlined in the paper, council staff are recommending that the committee does not support the recommended option. There are, however, early project improvements which could be progressed by the government, which include the northern busway enhancements, the State Highway 1 cycleway, and targeted active mode improvements to better connect people to bus stations and ferries. and we have recommended that the committee supports these early improvement works. In addition, Waka Kotahi is currently investigating lower cost alternatives in response to the issues that have been raised by partners, and it responds to Council's request earlier this year that Waka Kotahi investigate more affordable options. And staff are working with Waka Kotahi on the lower cost alternatives and will update the committee when this work is complete. That was all that I was going to say today, so just happy to take questions.
Thank you. First question, Member Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, just for clarity, I do have an interest in this as I sit on the board for the Alliance Harbour Crossing. But I do have a question more around process and information flow. So being intimately sort of aware of the work that's gone into this draft IBC, and it's sort of been decades in the making, an enormous amount of time and energy has been spent coming up with a solution for Aucklanders and visitors to cross the Waitemata Harbour safely and in a timely manner. With a project this important and potentially transformational for our city, do you think the interaction and engagement between the Waitemata Harbour Crossing governors and management who produced the draft IBC, with the likes of AT, Waka Kotahi, council governors and decision makers, has been, I guess, robust enough to adequately and properly inform and clarify why the preferred option was chosen and the benefits this option presents? So what I'm sort of alluding to is we sort of know how these things work. They go through, down and up. And I guess just with the importance and the fiscal responsibilities, do you think that the governors from each side, if you like, have had enough engagement to cut through, if you like, to the IBC and why it's been framed like it has? Does that make sense?
Thank you, Member Brown, and I see that Megan has just come up to the table and as the council representative on the partner steering group. I'll pass over to Megan.
Kia ora, Member Brown. Thanks, Elise. Appreciate your question. Through you, Madam Chair. One of the issues here with this project is that at a governance level, Council has had no involvement whatsoever. So this is a government-led project, and so there is no decision-making around this table. We have, the Waka Kotahi team and group have come, I think, once for a workshop, and we've had a couple to keep this committee informed. But there is no governance role for the council. As staff, we have been inputting with AT and us, but that's a concern that this committee has had all the way through.
Okay, just a little bit further. I understand that. I think the level of support or not is important though, and does have ramifications. So what I'm asking, I guess, is that being quite new to the TIC and being a part of the project, I actually haven't seen any interaction between those two parts of it. It goes down and it comes up, and what I hope doesn't happen is that the natural biases and tendencies we have as people aren't being added to the facts and rationale of why the option was picked, because what we can do is we can present it as a cup half full or a cup half empty. And I think the way to get around that is that at opportune moments, as we say mana to mana, those two parts of this machine, say the governors of the WHC and the council, actually get to interact with each other, ask some of the hard questions and go to the source.
Kia ora, Member Brown. I think there were a couple of occasions, where that occurred, but again, the process and the way that the governance was structured meant that wasn't done in the way that we would probably typically take through projects, certainly if council was leading it. There is no intention to be unnecessarily or biasly negative or positive, actually, on the project from the staff's perspective. There are some real concerns that we've raised, and that was raised in a letter from the chair of this committee earlier in the year, about July, I think it was. Elisa's going to nod at me. And so we've taken that, and for the purpose of at least having some reference to council's views for the Waka Kotahi board, which we understand will be in February, this is the purpose of doing that. That does not mean that should this project continue under the government in whatever guise, that we can't find a better way to work it through kind of from now on, which I think is where we're more interested in, I suspect, rather than the current, than kind of into the future. But I appreciate your thoughts. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you for that.
Anything further? Mayor Brown.
Thank you for this presentation. I commend you, and I totally support the recommendation that we don't support the Waitemata Harbour connections. And in response to Member Brown's thing, we have had no governments involved, so that when it was presented as a partnership, it's not really been a partnership. A partnership is a partnership. It's not just being told months later that you've gone and done something mad. $56 billion is like 5 years of Fonterra to disappear in a tunnel to go underneath the harbour. It's in the size of our economy. It's a wonder that grown-up people who can feed themselves and walk could come up with such a stupid number. It completely dominated. It was no possible way that could meet a benefit cost of even as low as 1. They'd probably be struggling to beat 0.01. And I look at all the way through. I don't know how these people made these choices. As I say, our grandfathers knew that tunnels were way more expensive than bridges. And even raising a highway between Auckland Harbour and Bridge and Akaranga to protect against sea level rising. There are so many simpler ways of doing that. You know, a cheap wall along the coast, we're only talking about a metre, and a pump. We need to have some Dutch people involved in these decisions. The airport at Schiphol Airport at Amsterdam, which is one of the busiest in the world, is 14 metres below sea level. I'm shocked that people have come up with this. I truly am. And I'm shocked that it actually hasn't yet been dumped by the government. Compared with the involvement that we had with ALR, where we were actually sponsors, and it went off course a bit, but we were the sponsors, my fellow, I think it was Councillor Darby and Paul Majuri and a couple of others there. We really did, we were dragging them back out of the ground to look at the surface. I think about Waitemata Harbour connections in Auckland Light Rail have done a disservice to planning of transport for many years to come. And I want to know, what could we have done earlier to have made this less ridiculous?
Lise.
I'm not sure what we could have done earlier. Obviously, it's a Waka Kotahi project, and we are a partner to that insofar as staff were involved. We have raised issues through the process, which were discussed at the Transport and Infrastructure workshop in June. And there was the letter written by the chair of Transport Committee raising those issues, but the work continued.
Well, yeah, I was at that meeting where they arrived and said this was a partnership. We had to say, no, it's not been a partnership at all. It's in partnership in the same way as the guy owned the cotton fields in partnership with the people who picked the cotton. All right, well, I think you've done a very good report here, and I'll be horrified if we don't support this. I'm quite happy to move it, actually. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll second the Mayor's moving of the resolution, of the recommendations.
I have accepted the motion to move it from the Mayor and Councillor Darby to second it. I have a question from Member Brown.
Thank you. And I guess this is quite a good example of a potential disconnect, because the crossing itself isn't $50 million. It's less than half of that. So I think as we tease through the detail for those that haven't been privy to the case, the draft case now, these sorts of comments are off the mark, because the higher figure of about 30 billion is actually for the light rail tunnel that goes up to Albany. Now, I would just think that if we could have these questions asked and at the source with all the work and mahi that's been done to be able to answer them, there might be a better understanding of how we came to this conclusion. And that's what I'm afraid of, that there's enough white noise, if you like, and probably a terrible term, that we're hanging our decision-making on figures that are being thrown around that don't justify actually what that's paying for. Because if it was simply a harbour crossing, it's less than half that cost.
Member Brown, we're sort of steering into an area of debate when we're still on questions. Could you pose a question?
So my question would be, is there an opportunity before the Waka Kotahi Board look at the draft IBC for the governors here to interact with the team that produced this IBC?
Who is best placed to answer that question? Megan's coming, I think.
Kia ora, Member Brown, through the chair. I don't believe there is any time before the February Waka Kotahi report. That's just one milestone, though. If we were talking a bit more broadly, if this committee did want to hear from the Waka Kotahi team, then of course we could arrange that for, I guess, February when the committee comes back. I'm not aware that there'd be anything before that, but in the hands of the chair on that, if Madam Chair did want something earlier than that.
With great respect, we are not in a position at this stage in the calendar to be able to schedule anything further, but we welcome the fact that you have drawn that to our attention. Thank you very much for that. Councillor Newman.
Good afternoon. This report is very interesting. I wondered, and you might not be able to tell me, but I'm just curious that you might be able to shed some light. How much money has been spent to date to prepare the options, the research, the analytics, the consideration of the issues relating to form, transport, development? What is the actual cost to the New Zealand taxpayer so far of this exercise that you are aware of, if you have any knowledge of that?
You're correct. I'm afraid I don't have the cost, the figures for that.
When could you get the information on that? I mean, I think that the New Zealand taxpayers would be interested to know how much this exercise has cost to date. because I think that the figure is probably going to be quite material. Probably, yeah. Could you when could you find out?
I'll certainly make very quick inquiries, and I can bring that information back.
And do you have any sort of assessment of the? Well, I don't know. I mean, it's not your project. I accept you're the sponsor, but I mean, as a acquiring agency, I'm just wondering if Auckland Transport might have any back of napkin as to how much you think just a notice of requirement costs might be for any of the options that we're talking about. For stage 1 and stage 2. Any concept, any sense of what that cost may be?
Well, these are national scale projects. That would be many millions and millions of dollars for any of these works individually, and you can see that there's a collection of quite major components all put together. I don't think there's an option out there that could avoid that for the scale of the change that the project's seeking to achieve.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Newman. Are there any further questions amongst us?
Thank you, Chair. I don't know if it's a question for the officer or a question for the Mayor, but I know that the National Party has put out many statements saying, there's an urgent need for a harbour crossing. Are we aware of what their exact policy on this is? Has the Mayor spoken to the new government about crossings?
I'm unaware of, I know that they've stamped on the Auckland Light Rail, which I felt had some little bits of merit left, but I haven't heard what they're intending to do on this one here. I have heard the Prime Minister state, and before he was elected, that he thought that tunnels were the answer, but I don't think it's his strong suit.
I take from that the Mayor has not had a discussion around this issue. Councillor Darby?
Yeah, it was just, thanks Chair and thanks Mayor. They do have a policy that needs to start by the end of this decade somehow. So,
Councillor Darby?
Thank you. Just in terms of the recommendations, and I'll just scroll up, the lower cost options not being pursued. I can't find the exact words. Can you just, Elise or Daniel, could you just expand on that? What were these lower cost options that possibly weren't followed up on in preference for this recommended outcome? What are you referring to?
One of the reasons, as the Mayor's pointed out, is that it's a large project in part because it's trying to achieve all things for all people, and so it's got significant resilience and public transport and active mode and sea level rise, a whole range of things which all had to be addressed through the project, so you ended up with a huge project. The lower cost options typically only addressed some of those issues, and so therefore they got discounted. So I think what we're trying to do now is say, well, let's bring into the mix how well a lower cost option addressed partially the solution and have a discussion about trade-offs. So a lot of the things that have been talked about were previously assessed, but they were kind of discarded because they didn't do enough. And so now we're trying to put together some of those cheaper options to see if we can get 80% of the way. That might be enough, given the challenge we've got with affordability.
That's, I noticed in the paragraph in your report, you're referring to the alternative that is the alternative solution that is going to form part of the IBC, which the Waka Kotahi Board is going to be viewing in, I think, the new year, isn't it? So does Auckland Transport have visibility over that at a technical level and then at a governance level?
I'm just going to interrupt at this point. At a governance level, Councillor Darby, you are a director. So at a board level, it's understood that you would understand that, but on the earlier part to your question, it would be helpful for response from AT.
I'm sitting here as a councillor. I'm not an AT board member sitting here. My question stands.
We are involved in the development and the assessment of the lower cost alternatives. That is being done very quickly because it's there's been about a year spent on the IBC. The lower cost work has only started recently, pulling that together, and it has to be completed in time to give to the February Waka Kotahi board. So clearly there's less detail as part of that. So we're trying to work closely with the team to contribute to that and make sure our concerns about affordability and whole of life cost are included. The intention, I'm intending to get that information to our AT board, which has a subcommittee in early February. And so it's a bit of a heroic effort to try to get that in front of the board for AT, so at least they are aware of that before Waka Kotahi meets, their board meets, and there'd be able to be a position put forward on behalf of AT about their views on that. But I just would acknowledge it's very quickly put together information. It will necessarily be quite light and won't be nearly to the level of detail and rigour that the large recommended option has had. So it may well not answer all of the questions that we might have.
My apologies. That concludes the questions that I asked the officers to withdraw. The matter is moved and seconded, and the first speaker is Mayor Brown.
Okay. Thank you, Member Brown, for bits and pieces you raised, but earlier today we heard that from the guys on the Harbour Bridge that they valued the Harbour Bridge at $3 billion, which is a lot less than $30 billion for the crossing. In fact, it's a tenth of it. To put $56 billion into context, every house on the North Shore, adding them together and buying the houses themselves would cost you $100 billion. So you're going to spend 60% of the value of the houses you're serving on a way to get there, which seemed to be a bit out of context. This should have been a question, I suppose. One of the things missing is demand management. Before you do crossings, we heard that this morning, how much more can we get out of the Harbour Bridge with demand management, with perhaps encouraging trucks to be there at night. There's a whole lot of things before we even need to have this. So I'm sorry they've gone now. I can't ask them if there's demand management, but demand management doesn't show up anywhere here either. It doesn't sound as though even our staff considered that. Without that, they came up with 10 reasons of why we shouldn't support it. So I'm quite happy not to support it, but I just want you to get that feeling about this. That I'm not denigrating those who got in a room and came up with it, but we did hear that the bridge was worth $3 billion from people who've just got one, who know a bit about it. And we also heard this morning about Auckland Light Rail, young people who showed up and they knew that a kilometre of light rail was $50 million, but the people who the government employed thought it was 470. So we've got catastrophic mispricing in the sector, not just errors and if you're not a technical person in this and you're asked to believe the figures that are given by people, you have no option but to believe those figures, so that well-intentioned members of these things could have been led astray. It wasn't until I knew, for instance, what the cost of light rail fresh in France was that I realised just how wrong the figures we were. It wasn't until we heard today that the bridge cost $3 billion. I kind of always knew they were a hell of a lot cheaper than tunnels, but not that much. So I'll be shocked if we don't vote against this, or vote in favour of this, which is telling them. And the other thing is, every time that Waka Kotahi blow another $30 billion, that's a $30 billion less for going on our road repairs. It's a $30 billion less for the safety things that some people want around schools and bits and pieces. We have a small country with a small economy, and we can't allow these big projects to wreck the rest of the country just to solve a localised problem. Thank you for that.
Thank you. The next speaker is Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support the recommendations, though not in detail, and I'll just briefly recount the history of this project going back to the 90s, when the ARC was very much involved in looking at this so-called second harbour crossing. It had a go in the mid-90s, and then it kind of was put on the shelf, and then a much more determined effort around about 2006 to 2008 with Auckland City Council, transport planners, North Shore City, I think it was called Transit New Zealand in those days, that is NZTA, aka Waka Kotahi, and the outcome, there was various trajectories and modes, bridge, tunnel and so on, as you can imagine, and the settled agreement was for a road rail tunnel along the alignment of, virtually along the alignment of the present Harbour Bridge, and everyone agreed on it, and given it was 2008, it was thought wise to put it on the shelf to the mid-2020s, which seemed a very long time into the future. When Stephen Joyce, the Honourable Stephen Joyce, became the Minister of Transport, he wasn't quite happy with it, so he asked for it to be reviewed. His preference was for another bridge. But after the review, the difference between a bridge and a tunnel was $1 billion, but bridge being cheaper. But all in all, because of the resilience of the tunnel, he decided to leave things alone. What we have now with this effort is probably a process one too many, and it has turned into a complete muddle. So I agree that this is not supportable. I would have to say also, including in regard to the rail road tunnel, which seems to me eminently sensible, there is a complication now because originally, with the extension of rail to Britomart, there was provision for rail services to go to the North Shore. The CRL, believe it or not, has been designed in a way that there's no lateral connection possible to the North Shore, the way it's currently engineered. So that kind of puts a constraint on heavy rail connection to the North Shore, though I don't believe it's insurmountable. What I would disagree with in the recommendations is there's a whole lot of reasons why this is not good, including the price which the Mayor has talked about, which is completely ridiculous. However, to say that we have no governance role in this, I don't think is necessary. We're being asked, we're the regional authority, of course we have a role in this. We're the builders of the CRL, and we have major public transport and transport responsibilities. We're even talking about a congestion charge cordon in this particular area. So please don't say, oh, it's got nothing to do with us, because that's a feeble excuse. There's plenty of reasons why we should oppose it. I disagree with claiming that we have no governance role whatsoever in this. We actually do, so thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Member Brown.
Thank you. Look, just noting the cost would be over a 50-year period. We're certainly not going to write a cheque for $50 billion tomorrow. And the plan does include demand management. Is there any support for the preferred option if the cost was taken out of the equation?
We're in debate at this point, so it's not, you can ask that in a general sense, but you can't direct, the only person you can direct it to is me, and I can't answer that on behalf of everyone here. But you've made an important point. There are no further speakers. Oh, Councillor Darby.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, for moving this and supporting those motions. I think it is important. Look, I hope this doesn't sound too sort of harsh going towards Waka Kotahi. You know, they are our partners, and we've just got we've got some questions about this, and maybe it's you know, we got to keep working at this one. There are some challenges, but you know, reiterating the point of $56 billion, you know, it's an enormous number, and it comes with a really low BCR too. Mayor, yesterday you talked about in your proposal about, you know, BCRs and not entertaining things that come in under, I think it was 1.1 you were saying. You know, yeah. I mean, the benefits are really struggling to outweigh the costs on this project as it currently sits. They're not really coming anywhere near it, to be honest. Maybe if this project was chunked up, and it is in two parts, but of course the part that interests me most is that public transport light rail component, which comes after the big road spend. And that's 10 general traffic lanes. That is not a climate future solution. It is not anywhere near it. That belongs in a different century. And I just cannot imagine 10 general traffic lanes crossing under, over, around that harbour in the future. I can envisage some very new and well patronised active connections for pedestrians and cyclists and rapid transit, and to also take care of the freight responsibility that we have as well. That's the future that I see. And I look forward to the lower cost alternatives that Waka Kotahi and others are working up to go to the Waka Kotahi board in February, and support these motions before us.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson, and that is the last speaker.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I'll be brief. I just wanted to support Mayor Brown's korero, which I thought was really, really good. Something that I've been questioning a long time, this project and its spend. Frankly, you only spend $1 once, right? And if you want to test the value of your spend, you pick up that price and then you compare it against, if you were to invest that kind of money across the rest of the city, including the North Shore, what would you get for that? So you would definitely get some lower cost alternatives for the North Shore, but you'd also get all manner of bus and train networks that is desperately needed across the entire city. You may even get Mayor Robbie's rapid rail for that. So, you know, you can only spend $1 once, and for that reason it's far too expensive, and so I'm out.
Thank you. I'm just checking as to whether the Mayor wants to exercise his right of reply as the mover of this.
Cool, just go for it.
On that basis, I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary say no. Thank you. That is passed.
Can we record that unanimously then, please, if it's unanimous? Oh, there we go.
Member Brown?
Could I just abstain, please, because of conflict?
I was remiss. I didn't call for abstentions. Abstentions? Thank you, Member Brown. That concludes that. We now have the regular update from Auckland Transport. Oh, B, is that recorded? We've covered that off. And I just want to foreshadow, at the conclusion of this item, we will be taking a 5-minute break. But welcome Dean Kimpton, Stacey Van Putten, and here we all are. Oh my goodness, what a month of activity we're all having. How nice it is to have you here.
And it's awesome to be here, but you know that. We always enjoy it, so thank you very much, committee. I just wanted to touch on a couple of things if I can, and then reflect on 2023. I will take the CE's report as read, and we will also pick up on where we're at with renewals and maintenance and katoa ka ora. But if I can just touch on a few things. There was a good discussion with this morning with the committee just around safety outcomes, community wellbeing. what I recommend we bring into you, and a number of you have seen it already, is that we have a tool called Future Connect. We also have another tool that provides crash data analytics for anywhere across our road network. Future Connect allows us to understand our network and how that network will grow, and it overlays it with equity outcomes. We can see demographics, we can understand social issues, climate issues, access issues. So if we want to truly understand community outcomes, let alone transport outcomes, we have the tool, we will share that with you. Similarly, we have the crash analytics database. There's a lot of discussion on safety component of wellbeing being the broader topic. We have a very sophisticated tool with a lot of input into that. So can I assure you that all the questions you've got, we will be able to provide you further insight. And I dare to suggest that one of your councillor colleagues, being Maurice Williamson, was equally impressed by those tools. Shame he's not here to confirm it, but he was, as you know, with councillor, he loves technology and he was impressed with those. So
He's online.
Councillor Williamson, I'm
Yes.
sure that you will confirm the same. Katoa Ka Ora, I know that is a paper before you this afternoon. Can I just...
I so confirm.
Thank you, I'm pleased to hear that. Have you used your gold card yet, though, councillor?
No, they wouldn't accept it in Hamilton.
Oh, okay, well... sorry, this is
We digress.
I think we're bringing some joy, okay? Katoa Ka Ora, I know there's been some interest and discussion around what that paper is. Stacey will talk to it more specifically. This paper is a noting paper. We're not asking you to make decisions. You're not approving Katoa Ka Ora. That's actually the responsibility of the Road Controlling Authority. What we did want you to do was just to understand what the feedback was from the communities around how they saw speed, and you've got that in the form of that document. So there's a number of recommendations in here. You will see them. There is one approval in relation to Kariotahi Beach. That is your road. That's why we're asking you to approve. Outside of that, you might want to change Clause D from support finalisation to note finalisation, but nothing will change until we have got feedback from the new government on what their intentions are around the law. I don't know whether I can be any more specific, but we're not looking for approval and we're not looking for any further recommendations. I mentioned the word joy before, but I want to take a moment out to acknowledge Auckland Transport. I've been in the role 7 months, which is not long really, but it does feel like a long time just the same. I'm not going to compare myself. But having said that, I've been around the staff over the last 2 weeks and I've shared with them what I'm proud about, and I want to share the same with you. So bear with me for a minute. As I think over 2023, that organisation has dealt with Auckland's largest ever floods, then again in May. We have supported an outstanding response to the FIFA Women's World Cup. We have dealt with a shooting at the Britomart station and stabbings at Albany. That team and the organisation has done an amazing job of responding to more challenges than I would suggest pretty much any other organisation in New Zealand. We've also managed at the same time a significant challenge around reducing cost. That resulted sadly in 146 people leaving our employment, alongside the other operational cuts that we made to the tune of 35 million. We've also put 595 bus drivers back into the business of delivering bus services, alongside of rescheduling and delivery of those services. They are all back, and generally speaking, they're on time, they're reliable, and they're where we expect them to be. We delivered 95% of our capital budget in the last 12 months, and we delivered within our operating budget. Interestingly enough, when we compare our capital delivery with our partners against what's otherwise known as the ATAP budgets, So this number will be slightly different. We delivered 90%. At the same time, Waka Kotahi delivered 71% over the last 2 years, and CRL delivered 86%. So you've got an organisation that knows how to deliver capital programs, and they've got the proof and the statistics over the last 2 years. We delivered the Western Express service alongside our partners, Waka Kotahi. We've dealt with the flood recovery, and we've changed fundamentally our organisation. At the same time, just to be sure that we know that all of this hasn't been happening without feedback from our customers. Our customers have told us, to the tune of a 20-point increase, that they are more satisfied today than they were 3 months ago. Our customers have told us, and the people that we survey in the committee have told us, that they believe we hear them and they trust us to put that understanding into effect, and that's a 10% increase. And our turnover at the staff level has gone down from just under 23% to just over 16%. So when I tell staff I'm proud of what they've achieved, I want you to hear exactly the same. I can't think of many organisations, including the Deloitte Top 200 last night, that would have done better. So I want it on the record, and I want it on YouTube. As I come to the CE's report, there is a range of topics in there. I will take that as read. I'm happy to take any questions because I know that you want to get to the rest of your day. I've asked Murray to spend a little bit of time just telling you where we're at with renewals and maintenance. We're grateful for your support on that, and then we'll go to katoa ka ora. But first of all, any questions on the CE's report?
Open for questions. Mayor Brown, do you
Is that
wish
on
to...
YouTube? Thank you.
It would appear we have no questions of the CE at this time. Councillor Lee.
Thank you. You'll be aware that a competitor has began services on the Waiheke Run. That competitor at this stage is extremely disadvantaged, and I do hope that Auckland Transport will enable the access to the same benefits to Island Direct as the lavish benefits that go to Fuller's. But I was travelling on the Island Direct ferry last night, and one of the passengers told me that when the ferry, the 8:15 ferry from Waiheke, arrived at its berth on Pier 13, which is way over towards Princess Wharf, a Fuller's vessel was on the berth. That vessel did not leave the berth until the Fuller's 8:30 ferry arrived and disembarked, and then the Fuller's on Pier 12, and then the Fuller's ferry departed from Pier 10, I think it was anyway. Then the Fuller's ferry departed from the Island Direct berth. Now, that may have been an accident, but those people were kept on their boat, unable to get ashore because Fuller's was even not only dominating all the main piers, but actually stuck one of its boats at peak time on the Island Direct berth. And I would be expecting AT to step in and watch for anti-competitive behaviour, which Fuller's have exhibited in the past. So I make that plea. Can I get a response, please?
Thank you, Councillor. I'm aware of that issue in terms of the departure and the crossover in terms of that peer use. So there are a couple of peers there that are dedicated for commercial operators and commercial operations, and there is an agreement in term of use that wasn't followed for that particular instance, and our team are working through that with the operators. As far as Island Direct goes, we are working very closely with them in order to make sure that their service is successful. And actually, there was a query after our board last week, so I am compiling some information on that, and we'll be happy to share it with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The speaking order I have for the questions are Councillor Hills, Councillor Newman, Councillor Ferry and the Deputy Mayor.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. I'm not going to get into detailed questions, but on a high level, we have change of government, potential change of GPS. We've got the Mayor's proposal, we've got the RLTP, we've got the RPTP, and probably a bunch of other things. How can we help you, or how are you going to help us keep all that together, keep delivery going, but also help Aucklanders understand what's happening? Because I'm a bit worried that multiple decisions that won't match are going to continue to come our way, your way. Do you see a way forward to make sense of all that in the next 6 or so months?
Yes and no, Councillor Hills. The focus of the organisation is to deliver what it's currently contracted to deliver, and without getting distracted with the politics of change in its many and various forms. So organisationally, we know what we need to do, and we're deeply focused on that. We know that there are some moving parts, and you've mentioned those, the GPS, and we've got our own long-term plan. I feel like we're making good progress in the long-term plan, so we're increasing certainty around the contracts we strike and the services that we deliver. We also know that there'll be some change through the coalition government. But 95% of what we do still needs to be done, and that's the message to staff, and I think that's my message to Aucklanders as well. When it becomes clear on what the exact positions are, and those could be significant transport investments, or it might be a funding arrangement around public transport or renewals, and we've got concerns around that, and so we will be advocating, then we will have to look to adjust, and we'll bring that back into this committee after we've taken it through the board. So I think it's a case of watch the space. Where we are very aligned with Auckland Council, and we've advocated strongly with the coalition government, is that unless we take a Transport for Auckland outcomes perspective, we will end up overcomplicating our ability to both govern and deliver. So we're very committed to the Integrated Auckland Transport Plan. We're very committed to ensuring that the governance that supports that is in place, and we've got agreement politically and then at the executive level. We want to see this government get alignment around how that is funded and delivered, whether it's a service, renewals, new capital, and simplify that funding. So those are our messages to the political leadership. I think they're aligned with what I've heard from the Mayor's office and this chamber. So if we can do that, then I think the rest will shake down. But otherwise, we've got a lot to get on with.
And very quick question, because I ask it all the time, how are you tracking with bringing those siloed budgets together, you know, intersection improvement, cycling, etc., with a renewal? Because I've given you another big example of an arterial in our community, which has been on the books for 3 years, but it just hasn't been pulled together. How can we try going forward to save money and save time, save TMP, instead of doing 3 projects in over 3 years, etc.?
So the delightful thing about these questions is you can have an awesome year, but there's always things you need to improve at, and this would be an example, and we're quite open about that. Part of the organisational change is to shift the way that we think about corridors and what we're trying to achieve in those corridors into the one group, and that's now called infrastructure and place. My expectation is they're not just thinking about the renewals activity, but to think about what the betterment might be and the operational performance of that corridor. So they're bringing those things together to bear on decision making. So we don't do a renewals this season and then we suddenly put a bus lane in the next season and then we might do a third thing after that. So expectation is that we bring those together, and if we've got a funding question, is it a renewals budget or is it a betterment budget? In my world, we've got two buckets of money, we'll bring them together to give the most cost-effective outcome. That's the expectation, but sometimes we miss it, and I'm always grateful for those that can spot the gap, so thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Newman.
Hi, Dean and team. Dean, elections do have consequences, but what I'm curious to know is the extent to which, if Auckland Transport has been invited informally or formally to provide advice to the Ministry of Transport, as the Ministry of Transport provides its initial thinking to the incoming government, and then obviously now starting to respond to what will be the new government's expectations around the GPS. Because you will have a better understanding of the transport network in Auckland than any other transport agency. But sometimes you will not be at the front of the queue when it comes to providing the professional information that will inform decisions in relation to that.
So I think that's one of the challenges that we need to address through how transport outcomes are governed in Auckland, which is one of the root causes of the voice of Auckland not being at the table when it relates to Auckland issues. But I can confirm that informally I'm discussing transport outcomes for Auckland with the Ministry of Transport with a view to influencing GPS.
Can I ask, was that input informally, if it may be, assisting the Ministry of Transport with the preparation of the BIM to the incoming minister, the briefing to the incoming minister?
Well, those conversations with the Ministry of Transport, the same way we do with Waka Kotahi, have been ongoing. So how they've used that information, I couldn't comment as to whether it's directly inputted into the BIM or not. But those conversations have been ongoing over the last several months.
Thank you for that. Councillor Ferry.
Thank you. My question follows on a little bit from Councillor Hill's in terms of some of the joined up stuff. And one of the things that I'm seeing in the comm space, and the example here is going to be Meola Road, is that we use road closed signs when actually they're only closed for some forms, some modes. And so there's confusion in the community about actually, yeah, we can still walk along there, or we can still ride a bike or whatever. And it also means that when something is closed and you can't walk along it, people don't take that message because there's an inconsistency. So, there's been a lot of stuff on social media about people saying, no, Meola Road, you can still bike and cycle along it. It's been great. The community's kind of corrected themselves, right? So that's a good example. But there'll be lots of spaces where that's not going to happen. So what are we thinking about in that space where we are doing, a renewal project or some other kind of project, and it's closed for a particular mode, but not necessarily for all modes? Are we thinking more about the comms?
We're thinking a lot about the communications, both in advance and during any of our construction projects, including renewals and maintenance. But it's a good point. We can take that on board. I'll reflect that through to the team. That it could be closed for one mode, but still available for walking and cycling. If that's an issue, we'll make it clearer. Thank you.
Thanks, and just a punt for closed all modes as well, when it is closed for all modes, because I think people do get confused and there's a safety issue. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Chair. Dean, thanks for a good report. I've just got a couple of questions. What do you think has driven the motorcyclist fatalities from 2 in the previous year to 16 in the past 12 months?
Yeah, I'll tackle that. Good question. And actually, I did have a slide, and I'm not sure it made the cut in terms of the motorcyclist snapshot, because there was some good information there, so I will share it in terms of that, because we did do a bit of a dive into it to understand it further. I think the predominant cause is what we saw coming out of COVID, particularly in 2021, was a huge increase in motorcycle registrations. And so it was noticeable. And so more new motorcycles on the road, or motorcyclists on the road. And with that, that trend has continued. So I'll suggest in terms of obviously economic use, in terms of mode choice, that is a key denominator. So people looking to get around more efficiently. Obviously the roads were really light during COVID. Coming out of that, you get back to that congestion and people notice it and then just decide which mean of travel they're going to use. So the big increase in motorcyclists across New Zealand, but obviously more central to Auckland. So when we sort of look at the data there, you can see that most events are actually happening in the urban areas in terms of that. And a lot of them are what we call, when you look into the types of events that are happening, are turning. So that would suggest motorcyclists turning into traffic and potentially oncoming traffic, not seeing them in terms of that. You break it sort of down further, it is, when you look at what I would call another layer of data from that, you can see that it's predominantly men. I'm sure that's probably not a surprise in terms of that, but particularly 17 to 29-year-olds. It's actually that they are obviously disproportionate in that sort of data, and it's 95% in terms of male with that. So it is a real concerning trend that we've seen, particularly in Auckland. It is out of what I'd say kilter with the rest of the country in terms of the patterns we're seeing.
We might be able to do some help with some maybe social media awareness around that if it's it doesn't cost anything and it might help. My second question is around DSI, because one DSI is one too many. But I am interested to see that Albert Eden has doubled their DSIs. So I was kind of, and you've got Papakura have gone from 19 to 31 and Waitemata from 13 to 21. Is there anything, especially on Albert Eden, is it attributed to anything special?
Not particularly. And so, look, motorcyclists has obviously instigated more in some of those what I would call urban areas that you probably potentially didn't see before in terms of that as well. So it does change, right? And we see throughout the year that particular areas do spike up, and it's a rolling picture. So they do change as you sort of go through particular trends in that area. No, there's nothing that I can sort of point to that would distinguish that.
Just in the areas, the local board areas that have had fatalities, do you go and talk to the local boards, and do they have the information as to the reason, you know, whether it is, you know, a real accident, for want of a better word, or something that could have been prevented? Do you actually drill down and give them that information?
We do have that information available, and so we have built really good data sets to enable better understanding of how these things are happening and when they're happening and where in terms of that. We would suggest, in order to understand that data and understand the picture, that it is best presented by one of the team who can help explain it, because it can be sort of quite overwhelming in terms of information. We don't share the likes of the full reports with everybody, no.
Finally, Chair, thank you. I won't need to speak later, but I just want to thank you for the good things. And I hope you managed to take a bit of a break over the summer, although I do note that you're doing a lot of work over the summer, especially in our road corridors, so thank you.
I think that concludes all of the questions that I've had, unless there are any online. So I will join with Deputy Mayor in saying thank you very much and wishing you all the best for the festive season. And is there anything, before you leave us, any parting comments?
So what I would like to do, sorry, I broke this into two sections, or three as it may be, but just to talk about the general SEAS report. But I did think it was useful for Murray, if he can work it into 5 minutes, just to talk about where we're at with the renewals program and the public campaign that's supporting that, because we want Aucklanders to know that we're out fixing the roads. And they will see...
By all means, do
So a brief overview of that. Is that okay, Murray? In your hands, you've got 5 minutes. Yeah. Just go straight through it, straight to... Can we get the presentation back up?
Good, it's tall.
Thank you.
Yeah, kia ora everyone. I'm Murray Burt, the Chief Engineer at Auckland Transport. Yeah, just very briefly, a lot of work going on out on the road network. We had 2,000 sites impacted by storm damage, and over the past 9 months, we've fixed up 1,500 of those, so 75% of the way. Still another 500 to go, and they're the more complex ones, so it will take some time. But fantastic progress, and you can see in the report some of the good work that's done. That's Glenvar Road, opened up recently, some work up in Peremarima Road, and this is Tahikiroa Road, which was also the rail line impacted as well as the road. But I think the key point here is that we really want to say thank you to this council and governing body for the support in terms of renewals funding in the long-term plan, and the recognition that fixing the roads and looking after what we have is really important for the city. And so, yeah, thanks for your support in that. A lot of good work was done in terms of analysis of what is a right-sized renewals budget, and it's great to get the support from this council to that end. However, one challenge remains, and that is that renewals funding is funded 50% by council and 50% by central government. And so it's important that we continue to apply pressure that the central government will come to the party and fund their 51%. But we're not waiting around. We're getting on and doing the work. And over this summer, we'll be continuing to work on those 500 flood recovery sites together with 400 kilometres of road resurfacing and rehabilitation, 60 kilometres of footpath renewals, and 40 kilometres of stormwater channel renewals. So a lot of work going on over the summer, and there will be a campaign that you'll start to see in the media, the fact that we are doing work, but also to respect our frontline workers. And road workers do receive a lot of abuse when they're out there on the network doing their job for the people of Auckland, fixing those potholes. So part of the messaging is that we need to respect our frontline workers so that the work can be done and to drive safely through roadwork sites this summer. The other point I'll just highlight is that in that area of key risk of funding from the side of the National Land Transport Fund, early indications from Waka Kotahi is that they may only be able to come up with 60 to 70% of what they're required to fund. And so now's the time for advocacy at that political level to make sure that the government understands how important this is for Auckland and that they come up with their share of the funding to support what's been supported by Auckland Council itself. So I'll maybe leave it there and open up for any questions.
And you are under 5 minutes.
Can you share the stuff with us so we can help promote it for you, the campaign?
Yeah, absolutely.
You've got tiles or something we can help share? You know, we're all sort of heading to the end of the year and summer holidays, so final messages, whatever you want to give us.
We will get it to you, and you can hear it on the radio now too, but we'll give you all the links that you need to put it in whatever social media platform.
Cool.
Done.
Thank you.
Councillor Baker.
Thanks, Murray. The reason behind the Waka Kotahi 60% is that because they're now having to channel more of their funding into playing catch up on the maintenance on their roads? Just trying to get it right for when we do advocate to politicians that we've got the right reason as to what we're potentially accusing Waka Kotahi of doing.
The primary reason is that the National Land Transport Fund doesn't have enough money in the pot. But how it seems to be shaping up is that Waka Kotahi has a requirement for renewals just the same as all the other road controlling authorities. They're aiming to do 10% resurfacing and 1% rehabilitation, so that's looking at the pavements. What then remains for the rest of the country is not sufficient to meet the requirements. So it looks like we might only be able to target around 5 to 6% resurfacing and 0.1 or 0.2% rehabilitation, which is less than what we had planned for. And so that the target would be that there needs to be more money in the pot to cover off the local share portion for local roads.
Thanks, mate. So pretty good lesson there about sweating your assets.
Yep.
Councillor Walker.
Sure, thanks, Chair. Would it be possible, not necessarily right now, but at a later meeting, to get some feedback on the initiatives you're putting in place to reduce the cost of some of the things around cones and the perhaps some of the road safety stuff being done more efficiently? And I'm referring to exercises where there's works in the road space, and my personal observation that there are often changes that could be made in the planning of those works and the organisation to both reduce congestion, make the work more efficient, and also save money.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Yes, we will, and we do quite regularly through this committee give you updates. Temporary traffic management is a significant focus, and we've got the right sort of things occurring there, but they do take time to get the change. Secondly, there are innovations in construction that you'll hear more about. Murray and I were talking about today. One recent example, if we're talking safety infrastructure, speed tables can be precast and placed in, done overnight, which means that you reduce all the other associated costs, including temporary traffic management. So there's a lot of innovation that can occur, and we will continue to strongly encourage that.
We welcome that. Councillor Newman.
Sounds like marvellous feedback.
Thank you. Thanks for the great presentation, Murray. The NZTA going at 10 and 1 and us going at 6 on less than 1. Have NZTA given any indication to you that they accept the premise that if you're going to do these renewal works in one part of the network, you really have to do the network? Do they accept that? And if so, do they say, is their view that, well, we accept it, well, we just can't fund you? Or they say, well, we accept that and we have to figure out a way in which we can persuade the GPS to ensure that we can fund you?
So we submit our asset management plan and analysis to Waka Kotahi, and the general feedback last time and this time as well is it's a well thought through asset management plan, and the requirement to do the work is definitely justified up to 8 to 10% of the road to be resurfaced and 1% rehabs. But the fundamental issue is there's not enough money in the National Land Transport Fund to support funding that fully. So there can be advocacy towards the Ministry of Transport. Obviously, Waka Kotahi is limited by what it has in its pot. And as you say, there can be reprioritisation across the GPS. But I think that that's a point for advocacy as we have a new government coming in and forming opinions.
Councillor Hills. Oh, sorry.
Chair, I think that what is just that exchange is so important for that particular. I mean, if NZTA accept the premise that the asset management plan is a well thought through document, then the only thing that's standing in the way, obviously, is money, which is the thing that we all don't have. but if the regional fuel tax and the other National Land Transport Fund revenue is going to be hotly contested, then that particular point is the one thing that we government, I don't think, can ignore, because the asset management plan justifies it. So I'd like to see what NZTA has written back to you formally, because that's the sort of stuff that would absolutely need to go to government if you were to hit anything close to 10%, which you'll struggle with at this stage.
Thank you. Councillor Hills.
Thank you, Chair. Very quick questions. One, is there anything we can do about not receiving state highways, you know, at this time, maybe part of the city deal or part of, you know, we're obviously going to receive the one up north soon because of the new motorway, but is there anything we can do there? Because we are receiving that asset and it's all its future OPEX. Do we have to, or can it just be called a different state highway?
So we're going through the process, rightly as you point out, to receive State Highway 1 as an asset for Auckland City, given that the new motorway has opened. There is a process that we go through to ensure that the asset, when we receive it, is fit for purpose as a local road. I would have to check, but my understanding is that we don't have an option to not receive the asset.
Okay.
But it's something I can definitely look at more explicitly.
The other question on, thank you, the other question on roads, is there a discussion, and yes, it is political, but although all governments put new roads and highways in, but is there a discussion around the fact that we've got dropping maintenance and renewals budgets, but plans to build a lot more roads and highways? Is there a discussion around the fact we're just increasing constantly the surface area of what needs to be done? You know, is there a bit of push-pull here, or is that too political really for the organisation?
Oh, it's definitely not too political. There's definitely a ongoing and quite pointed discussion around adding new significant infrastructure without a commensurate form of funding the renewals and maintenance of it. It is our single biggest challenge. As I think about the current capital program that you've approved, you know, circa 14 to 16 billion, wherever that lands up over the next 10 years, not inside of that is several other billions of dollars of work that needs to be done just to complete CRL, to get the bus interchanges and the railway stations up and running, as you would expect, so people can actually interact with the new infrastructure safely. We've got billions to spend just to leverage what we've already committed to building, let alone the other things that we need to build. So it is absolutely part of the conversation, as is how we optimise the existing. And we need to be very thoughtful about it.
Thank you. The last question, thank you, Madam Chair. We talk about the storms and the floods as having that huge several $100 million effect on our infrastructure, but is there anything being done, speaking to a few of the road workers, filling potholes and fixing them in, on the shore, there is a very clear pattern of the last 2 years, the ability, A, to do anything because it's raining, and B, the fact that it's broken, you know, damaged a week later because of the rain. And I've seen some really good videos from other cities around the world showing why there's A, more potholes, and B, less days to fix them. Are we doing work on that? Like, not just talking about the extreme weather event, but the fact you have almost double the average rain, which ruins the road but doesn't give us the time to fix it.
Yeah, sure. So in response to that, you're absolutely right that water is the one element that causes the most damage to roads, and we've had a lot of it in the past year. And if my colleague Alan Wallace was here, he would say the key way that you protect the road, just like a coat of paint on your house, is to resurface at the right frequency. And that's been one of the problems with a constrained renewals budget, we haven't been able to provide that waterproofing surface on top of the roads that we should do, and the cost of that resurfacing is relatively cheap. We're talking somewhere between $10 and $20 a square metre. However, if the water then gets into the road and starts to damage it, like what you're talking about, potholes, and gets into the pavement, you're then talking about $200 to $400 a square metre to actually rebuild that pavement. So the most important thing you can do is resurface frequently and get the waterproofing layer on. After that, it's looking at other types of innovations and materials that you can actually extend the season when it's raining and do works during wet weather, which is possible, but those are more expensive treatments than what we've commonly used in New Zealand. Thanks.
And sorry, Madam Chair, that's led to another question, and that's really helpful. I had been told it was largely lack of days, but if you're saying lack of money and we're only doing between 1 and 3% of road renewals a year, how will we ever get to the billions needed per year to get up to a level where the rain is not going to get in? Because you're talking about a transformational way of changing the funding proposition. You're talking about 10 times the funding needed.
Yeah, in response to that, it's not as extreme as what you might imagine. So currently, across New Zealand, the gap between what local authorities need for adequate asset management and what's available over the next 3 years is only $1 billion. And so that's only 350 million a year that would need to be added into the Land Transport Fund in order for Auckland to deliver on its asset management plan. So if we can get that money and apply it to the very cheap, or relatively cheap solution of waterproofing the roads, then we'll be able to protect our assets and make them last much longer.
There you go, Matt.
Councillor Lee.
Yes, just in regard to deep understanding, I think there's a mutual obligation. The council has a major financial challenge, which is systemic. I think AT needs to acknowledge that it has a role in meeting this challenge. When we read about construction costs being 3 to 4 times that of Australia, that the CRL is the most expensive rail tunnel in the world by far, that it costs the same as a house to build a pedestrian crossing or raised pedestrian crossing. Do you agree that there is a challenge that AT needs to face up to in extracting better value for money and rigour in its procurement contracts?
I can respond to that. So absolutely, we're looking at all options to deliver better, faster and cheaper. And there's a range of angles that we can approach this, more pragmatic designs, different contractual mechanisms for delivery. And absolutely, we're taking on that challenge to see where there's ways where we can deliver better, faster and cheaper.
Thank you, Mr. Burt.
Can I just add, sorry, Murray, the other thing we need to do, and we are doing, is advocate with central government and with our other transport agencies in Auckland for a pragmatic pipeline of work. So one of the issues you'll have heard Dr. Sean Sweeney speak to when talking about City Rail Link is we do these massive projects in one-offs, and in this case we do 2 big tunnelling projects at the same time, and then it'll be another 10 or 20 years before we do the next one. And when you mobilise, you build, you demobilise, and then you wait and plan, and then you do it again, there's a doubling inside of that in itself. So I think we can be a lot smarter in the way we plan and deliver. and then you have innovation within the system that allows you to do it more cost effectively. So Auckland Transport has a number of roles, and we're totally up for it.
Do you think that there's a possibility that not only is the wider public sector, but including the Auckland Council family, that there are so many contracts going out there that there is a danger that we're kind of competing with ourselves to a highly controlled construction market and driving up the price almost inadvertently?
I don't see anything untoward there. I just think in some cases it's just lack of planning about how we sequence things into the market. And we own that as the client and the funder. And that's not Auckland Transport alone, it's Auckland Council, it's Auckland Transport, it's Watercare, it's Waka Kotahi. How do we think about the delivery of infrastructure in Auckland in a way that allow that infrastructure to be delivered cost effectively and efficiently? And to me, that's one of the great opportunities, is for us to take an integrated approach to delivering transport outcomes in Auckland, rather than the current fragmented approach.
Thank you. I agree with that. Thanks very much.
My apologies. I guess what I came to the conclusion in that exchange is hence the need for an integrated transport plan, that we all know where we're going. And in terms of knowing where she's going, the chair was a little premature in wishing you well with the festive season. Is there anything else that you wish to cover now?
Nothing from me, except if I can just acknowledge Mark Lambert, who finishes next Friday after a long, significant career within Auckland Transport and delivering transport outcomes for Auckland. We might be able to get him back to help us out in a few things, but having said that, he has resigned, and I wanted to wish him publicly all the best with his next steps.
Oh, thank you for drawing our attention to that. I've had a great pleasure in working with Mark on the board of Auckland Transport, and then as a councillor. He's made an outstanding contribution to Auckland, and I, for one, am very sad to see him going. So, members, if you'd like to join with me, we can acknowledge him. I don't think he's in the room, is he? No. We can acknowledge him in the appropriate way. Thank you, Mark, for that. Thank you, officers. We'll ask you to step away while we consider your report. Councillor Baker, you're moving the report. Do I have a seconder for the report? Deputy Mayor, discussion on the report. I will put it. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary say no. The matter is carried. As I foreshadowed, we will be taking a 5-minute break.
Aye.
let us resume. We do require an extension of time, so I'm going to move that. I have a seconder in Councillor Newman. Discussion on it? If not, I'll put it. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, say no. That is carried. We come to agenda item 11, which is the summary of Transport and Infrastructure Committee and Infrastructure information. Happy to move. Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and seconded by Councillor Baker. Discussion on that. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, say no. We now come to the final agenda item, and I'm going to hand over to Mr. Potter.
Thank you, Chair, and through the Chair. The paper is not a decision paper as such, with the exception of one item, and that is about Kariatahi. And so the proposal is to consider Kariatahi, and it will be spoken to, and to note the paper that we've received without going into details around that. The reason being that it's not a decision paper for this committee or for council.
Officers.
So, no, question. We're often asked for feedback from the government, from government agencies, from even Auckland Transport, Waka Kotahi, where we are not the decision makers. Are we now taking a hands in the air, we're not responsible approach to certain things? Because this sends a certain signal like that. That's my first question. My second question is, we were set down to have a workshop on this, and the workshop was cancelled. According to a Stuff News article, the chair said the workshop was not cancelled, it was postponed, and he was looking forward to the workshop. So it is not clear to me why we are not taking an interest. It is not at all.
I'm going to answer that part that I can answer, and that is the workshop was cancelled because we were having briefings on the budget that then conflicted on the LTP. And so I'm speaking on behalf of the chair. I'm just the acting chair here today. I think that there has been a willingness to try and have a workshop, but you would be the first to understand that there has not been a spare hour in our agendas over the last little while. I'll hand back to Mr. Potter now to answer the first part of your question.
So just on that, what was the chair? I know it's difficult because you're not the full, the usual chair of the committee, but the chair was referring to him looking forward to having the workshop. Have you discussed that intent of the chair?
I've passed on to you that the decision around the cancellation of the workshop was because of the budget that the LTP. So I can't give you more information than that, and on the chair's return, you're very welcome to have that conversation with him. Mr. Potter.
Sorry, I'm not quite sure I caught the question.
I think the question was on one of precedent.
In terms of this is seeking approval or noting of a plan, where the responsibility of that plan actually sits with the Regional Transport Committee, not with this committee. We're not, and this committee is not represented on that committee, was the background to that comment.
So I would ask the Auckland Transport.
Sorry, Madam Chair. And maybe it's these comments from Barry maybe should have come after the presentation, because now I'm confused. The agenda item was very clear about support the finalisation, support giving feedback, and we had huge number, 2 hours of people coming to present on this item, and now we're saying that wasn't what we were supposed to be doing at all. I mean, what was the point of all those people being accepted when it's... I'm not clear, does this mean we're not supporting or going to vote on this item today? I'm a bit... Well,
I'm going to hand over to Barry, but as far as I can see, it would have been a noting only situation because we are not directly responsible for that.
That's the advice, correct? Yes, that it's a noting paper, not a decision paper for us.
But point of order then, why do the staff recommendations on the report call for us to provide feedback? It's quite common for us to provide feedback. We've had local boards provide us feedback on this matter at length, and now we're not going to provide feedback. This doesn't make sense.
Madam Chair, can I just butt in? Dean made a comment before about just this is sort of getting put on hold a little bit until we understand the government. Do you want to clarify that? Because we could probably go round and round in circles, and this is a noting thing. It is in understanding that people here this morning. But Dean, do you want to? I don't know. Sorry.
What I'm going to suggest that we do is I would like to proceed with the Kariotahi information. I want to have that presentation because we do need to have that matter dealt with formally before the end of this calendar year. So could we start with that information, and I will allow Mr. Potter to perhaps just work with those who have concerns on this point. I'm taking advice from the officers on it, but could we start with the Kariotahi Pepe, please?
Thank you, Chair. Look, I will hand over to Michael, being the Auckland Council Control Road in Kariotahi. I do believe we have a dedicated slide in the pack on that. That can be... You're going to talk to it? Thank you.
Thank you, Stacey. Stacey and Andrew have led the Katoaka Ora Speed Management Plan, but of course there is one council road that is included within it. That's Kariotahi Beach. It was requested by Ngāti Ta'ata Waihua. Originally, council agreed for it to be put in as part of this speed management plan process. And what we are here today for is to seek approval for this road to be included in the final speed management plan that goes to the Regional Transport Committee. Through the public consultation process, Kariotahi Beach received solid support from the community for the reduction in speed limit proposed down to 20 kilometres per hour. It has also been formally supported by Franklin Local Board. There have been additional requests to ban vehicle access from the beach. This will be followed up by Council's Parks team. And it's important to note that there is a public safety and nuisance bylaw from 2013, which means motor vehicles require a permit to access the beach. That permit needs to be renewed annually, and it can be revoked, and compliance is done by the council team. Also, of course, the police are involved in compliance of speed limit and any other untoward behaviour on the beach. So that's really all the information required on Kariotahi Beach. There is strong support for it to be included in the final speed management plan that goes to the Regional Transport Committee. So that's why we're seeking approval today from TIC.
Thank you. Are there questions on this particular matter? I've got one from Councillor Newman. No? You've got Councillor Baker?
I'm happy to second this. I'm assuming Councillor Baker will move it. I'm happy to second if we're dealing with this, but I don't have a question on it. Thanks.
So,
no questions on this particular matter. Councillor Hills.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I'll just wait for the rest of the presentation and then I can talk after that. Thank you.
I'm still awaiting some advice, which is forthcoming for me. We have two options before us. We are advised by our executive officer that that was a noting paper. I, as chair, I try and speak as little in terms of opinions because I don't think it's right for the chair to constantly have views on these things. But I would really appreciate if we are to receive further advice. I'd like to know how the work that we heard today from the public health team is going to be fed into any recommendations that might go forward. Mr. Potter.
Thank you, Chair. A way forward on this. We made a commitment there'd be a workshop. We postponed the workshop. We did not cancel the workshop. So let's be clear about that. That was communicated as cancelling, but it was actually postponed. We don't have the information from the government around where they're going with speed management. And having a workshop prior to then, there's some issues there. A suggestion is that once we know what the government's position is, at that point we can then have a workshop that actually brings that information into it, if this committee feels that would be helpful. And that can then progress into a paper in the future on the back of that.
A question, if that's possible?
I have Councillor Hills first, I have Councillor Ferry, and then I have Councillor Henderson. I feel I'm doing an auction.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't want to go on about the workshop, but it was a couple minutes ago we were told the workshop was delayed because of time, and now Barry Potter is saying that it was delayed because we're waiting for the government to, and so why did, I don't know. This is very strange. I've never seen anything like this. So is this item been pulled, or are we being told we can't see a presentation, or we can't discuss what's in the open agenda and the resolutions that are, I'm very confused at what is actually, what is happening.
We are working to clarify that. So thank you. Councillor Ferry?
Thank you. So I'm also confused, I guess. What we are working on here is providing feedback on an Auckland speed management plan that's been worked on for some time. So I'm curious as to why we need central government direction on an Auckland speed management plan, given that this is applying to our roads.
Let me respond. First of all, the postponement was due to two reasons. One was the workload that was on that day in terms of the budget workshops, as well as the government has said that they were changing their policy, which might affect the workshop. So there was two issues that Councillor Hills, in terms of why it was postponed. In terms of speed management policy and program, AT are developing that, but inputting into that will be the government's policy around speed management, and that will need to be part of the consideration of it.
Point of clarification, so are we saying that, are we going to reconsult with mana whenua? Are we going to reconsult with local boards? Or is it just the governing body decision making on signing it off? This, again, doesn't make a lot of sense.
Mr. Kimpton.
So there's a few things in here, but I'm going to give the first right of response to Stacey, who's be able to update us on aspects of this, but I would then like to talk about the process, if that's helpful.
Thank you. I just thought it might be helpful, Chair, if I provide some clarity around what our next steps are and why we're here today. Currently, we actually have a legal requirement in order to be able to submit a plan for approval by April 2024. We acknowledge and understand that the incoming government will be making some changes to these pieces of the legislation as it relates to setting of speeds. And with that in mind, obviously, as some are aware, we have set speed limit changes in Auckland. Previously, that was done under a different rule. In terms of what Kataoko Ora plan is obviously it's a much more comprehensive plan in order to meet the legislation that we have today. With that in mind, can we do other things if these things change? Yes, we can. And I guess that part of that conversation is what you have here is largely centred around schools. Now, I know you had some conversations today about schools and about kids and kids' safety around school zones. So in terms of that, there will be obviously a lot of communities who have invested in this. They have invested in this process. and they will be watching to see what happens next with this piece of work, and I'd say very invested in terms of what happens in this space as it relates particularly to safety for children around schools. Now, in terms of that, the conversation around approving bodies is correct. Obviously, Kariotahi is an Auckland Council road. What our plan was to take this to the Regional Transport Committee in March. We obviously will take into consideration any changes that come from central government, and we want to work with them on that. So until that point of time, we understand that there is some, what I'll call, ambiguity around what that may mean, what it may mean to existing speed changes we've already done, and how we will work in with that. But in terms of that, there is obviously still very much an appetite and consideration of changing speeds and for schools particularly, and how we will do that in due course. Right now, we have uncertainty. That's the best way to put it. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacey. Now, you're not looking at all like Wayne Walker, I've got to say, sitting there. Would you like to talk about process, please?
I just come back to what I said maybe in my introduction. This is an important topic, okay? So there's no diminishing of that. We want your feedback into the process. The legal responsibility for decision making sits with the Road Controlling Authority, not with this group. But we want your input. So my suggestion is you note this paper. You've got it in front of you. We're not saying don't value all the public feedback that you've received personally alongside what we've got. Let's bring that into a workshop, which we will reset because it was only ever postponed. That workshop will occur after we know what the legislative context is and before the Road Controlling Authority meets to make any decisions. So the opportunity is there, and it'll be in February or March, or as soon as we can find out what the new legislative settings are. That would be my encouragement. I don't think we're not going to do it the justice or have the context if you have a deep discussion today on katoa ko'ora.
For supplementary, so why wasn't this item pulled? Why are we sitting here even having this discussion? Why is it on our agenda today? Because this was apparent from when the workshop was postponed, surely.
I'm put in a rather difficult position because I did not understand that I would be chair today, and I did actually raise the very point that Councillor Ferry raises. I'm going to make a chair's ruling on this because we do have people who are invested, who are here. We've had young rangatahi come and be passionate in their advocacy to us, and I would not want to see people being disappointed, but there has been quite a lot of discussion around process. I have a very high regard for our Executive Director, Mr. Potter. I can see everyone's hands up and I have reasonable peripheral vision. I'm speaking. I would like for us to be able to progress this in some way that is meaningful to the submitters today, but is also recognising the situation that we have, that it is not a decision-making, it's a noting. Now, I do have a bit of a list of people here wanting to speak. I have Councillor Newman first.
Well, I had a question, not a speech, but I think Mr. Kimpton has explained, Stacey and Dean have explained the matter very well. I assume that the paper was written quite some time ago, and that the circumstances have now somewhat changed and that we're just in a holding pattern. I think you've explained it, so no questions from me, Chair.
For that, I've got Councillor Dalton next.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Yes, quite a dilemma. As you have just stated, with people coming and speaking and for all the feedback that is being put in, my question might be for Barry Potter. It seems that this sets quite a precedent in some aspects, and not just for this committee. Councillors that have spoken have been correct. We always give feedback, whether final decision maker or not. And so much time has gone into this. The change in government is getting a bit tiresome. when it comes to everything that we turn our hand to. I would like to see some leadership for Auckland. I would like to see us respect everybody that has contributed to this. So my question is does this set a precedent where we turn to just noting because there's a change in government and they might change their mind about Auckland when we're not meant to be waiting for Wellington to decide what's best for Auckland? Thank you.
I'm going to hand over to Mr Potter again, but even if there had not been a change of government, even if we were dealing with the former government, it would still be a noting because we are not the final decision maker on that. But I'll hand over to Mr Potter.
So if I could just clarify, Councillor Fletcher, does that mean all of the existing recommendations stand our support of?
The option would be that we could put the recommendations forward which are noting all of those recommendations, and then that would be compliant with our role in this situation, but I'll hand over to Mr Potter.
Thank you, Chair, and I don't believe this is setting a precedent. What it's actually doing is putting the decision out and the opportunity to provide input out until all the information is here, once the government position is understood.
So I have Councillor Henderson next, and I have Councillor Darby.
I mean, well, I think I'm really struggling with this because it's so highly unusual and it would be kind of repeating other speakers, but waiting for the next government, we're the governors of the city. These are our roads. And in fact, I'd remind everyone of the mayoral direction, which is that Auckland's standing up for itself this term. We're not waiting for Wellington. So, I don't know, I would just point out as well, isn't it a political choice to delay, right? We've been told that we want to change support under Resolution D to note, but that's a political choice, right? We can choose to support it or we can choose to note it. So I'm just a little bit, I respect the explanations, but I'm still really confused on what we're actually doing. I mean, could I maybe see the draft resolutions that might give us some guidance on where we're supposedly going with this item? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I have Councillor Darby, and then I have Councillor Baker.
Yeah, thanks. I'm reminded too, as Councillor Henderson's saying, the Mayor's mantra is Auckland governs Auckland. And here's a classic example of, well, we said that, but we're going to do something different. We're just going to forget those proud words. But look, thanks for the outline of how we approach this, Dean. I think you did that succinctly. I get it. Stacey, I have a question for you just in terms of the uncertainty that you referred to at the end of your contribution there. What are the implications of, at best, its uncertainty with yesterday's decision on the residential speed management budget being extinguished? It was in it at AT's $16 billion program at some 49.3 million, and post the draft budget confirmation yesterday, that's zero. What are the implications of that going forward? What is covered in that? Is that the speed management in neighbourhoods, residential, schools, town centres, or is there budget elsewhere?
Thank you, Councillor. That was predominantly in terms of the infrastructure requirements around those projects.
Sorry, Stacey, you'll need to speak up. I can't hear you.
Sorry. That was predominantly related to the capital program supporting speed management across the regions.
And give us a sense of, is that speed management in neighbourhoods, around schools, all of that? It's all of that?
It is all of that, absolutely, yeah. And so in the absence of, I guess that in terms of that, can we expect any of the resulting trends that we're seeing to change? No, but there are other tools in terms of that. So speed and infrastructure and changing of speed limits are couple of the tools. There are other tools that can be used in terms of trying to, for the behavioural change aspect, as we see is related to death and serious injuries statistics as such. But speed management is a really big, important part of that too. And it's also a really big, important part in terms of enabling other modes of choice when it comes to walking and cycling in the absence of big capital portfolio projects. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Tracy. Just want to add one thing. While we've been sitting on our backsides here today, this afternoon, a pedestrian was struck by what appears to be a speeding car, according to the media reports in Kingsland, and is now seriously injured. That just gives you a flavour of what's happening in our city. The longer we sit on our backsides, the clock is really ticking on our attention to speed management.
Councillor Baker.
So notwithstanding that, can I confirm, or can you confirm, that any decision on the speed management plan, no matter when we consider it or when we give feedback as a governing body, will not be made until March 2024, and that decision will be made by the Regional Transport Committee, which is not the governing body of Auckland Council. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
So there's no harm in us waiting, and I've heard so many references today about the government, not from, so you can't pick and choose when you use it. So we can sit and we can wait. There will be no impact at all. It certainly won't save people in Kingsland, Chris. So we can wait, because we have to wait, because the Regional Transport Committee will not be meeting and making that decision until March.
With that clarification and with all of the assistance that I have received as chair, I'm going back to what were my recommendations that I was going to put to you. And I am going to use my role as chair to move the following. Can I call for a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Newman. In the interests of those who believe in participatory democracy, we have had people come and present here today. We do have very serious issues around our schools, and I, for one, want the focus of this in the initial stage and the funding priorities around ensuring that we are moving in the right direction around reduced speed limits around our schools. We come into other complications, we come into funding complications, but we ought not to lose sight of those who came before us today from the public health team and others amongst our rangatahi to help us understand the importance of starting somewhere. So whilst I appreciate, and the advice that I have received from the officers, that we do not act as decision makers on this matter, we can provide advocacy, as indeed we do on a regular basis. So for that reason, I am moving these. It's seconded by Councillor Newman. It's open for discussion.
Just a point of clarification. So these are new resolutions. Can we get them circulated around people so that we can digest it?
They are the ones that I'll get Mr. Potter to talk, but they were the ones that incorporate the requests from Councillor Ferry.
That's incorrect. They did not incorporate all of my requests.
Mr. Potter.
I'm not quite sure what I can say to this one, dear me. There were some recommendations that had some very detailed, specific things in them, number of kilometres of road and so on and so forth, which is really very difficult to deal to. I'm not quite sure what those recommendations were, Councillor Ferry. These were put there for consideration.
These are not my.
There have been multiple people involved in drafting these recommendations, I can say, Councillor. And these were drafted while we had a break. Thank you. Yeah.
They come from the papers that you've had and the recommendations, and they also come from a desire to try and be as inclusive as possible on this, because this is an outcome, I think. We know that legally we don't have the final decision making, but morally we have a right to provide advocacy. And I would hope that we can deal with this in the most non-partisan way as we possibly can, bearing in mind that these will be decided in March by a body other than ourselves. If it is that you wish to take a break and have them printed off for you so you can reflect on them, Councillor Henderson, I'm very happy to accommodate that, but I'm also mindful there are a number of people who do need to leave, and I don't want to lose a quorum.
Madam Chair, if I could possibly articulate what I sought, and which you have incorporated some of. I don't know what the reference from Mr Potter is to kilometres and stuff. As it stands now, I offered that, but I also offered a Roman numeral 4 and a Roman numeral 5, which read simply, endorse the principles, objectives and measures in katoa ka ora for the Roman numeral 4, and for the Roman numeral 5, support the 3-year implementation plan and 10-year vision as part of, and then that's it. And so the intention was to provide that feedback. That's all I sought. I didn't have anything about kilometres or anything like that. And this does not include those last two. And I appreciate including the first 3. I will move an amendment to include the other 2. If they're not incorporated, that's fine. We can have that debate.
If we can just pause, we'll get you the printed copy of. I didn't receive them directly from you, Councillor Ferry. I was attempting to try and accommodate what I understood you wanted. So we're going to pause for a moment. We're going to get the documents and then we will give further consideration to them.
and address the bit about noting. So hopefully those will be able to be added shortly.
Thank you. That is being added. Now, I'm aware that there are some members, including myself as chair, that need to leave very soon. I have 3 grandchildren that I made a commitment a few months ago to care for this afternoon, and I need to be there reasonably soon. I have Councillor Newman who's feeling unwell and needs to leave the meeting, and we have others online, and we do need to maintain a quorum for this to be passed. So please bear with me, everyone. I'm going to have these put up. Are they all up now?
Yes.
They are. Thank you, Duncan. It is moved by myself. It is seconded by Councillor Newman. It is open for discussion, and I ask you to be very brief. If there is no discussion.
Sorry,
Councillor Henderson.
I know, Chair. Look, I'm just signalling that I don't support F, and it's just through my previous discussion around Auckland needs to govern Auckland, right? We don't need to.
That's fine, and you can have that recorded. If not, I'm going to put it. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, say no. It is carried, and if you wish to record your dissent on any one of those clauses, I didn't offer abstention. Does anyone abstain? If not, that is moved. Are there any additions that you want to make in terms of your vote on that?
I'll join Councillor Henderson on F, thanks.
That concludes all matters on the agenda today. Thank you for bearing with me as your acting chair. It's been an interesting day. I'd like to thank all of the officers. I'd like to particularly thank all the submitters who've been here and sat through the course of the day. And as this is the final meeting for the year of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee, on behalf of the Chair, John Watson, I would wish you all very well. Thank you.